A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
The Jack Benny Program. From the American Legion Hall in Palm Springs, California, Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis A. Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, as you probably know, our little star is completely recovered from his recent attack of influenza. But his doctors advised him to get a little sunshine and rest. So last Thursday, he got in his Maxwell and had Rochester drive him to Palm Springs.
Gosh, Rochester, no matter how many times I make the trip, I still love the ride to Palm Springs.
It is beautiful, boss.
What town are we passing through now?
Cabazon.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's Cabazon?
Certainly, we've been going through it for the past 2 hours.
I'd like to get to the springs before dark, although we're not making such bad time considering we had 3 blowouts.
5.
No, Rochester, we only had 3 blowouts.
5. The tire blew out 3 times and your hair blew out twice.
Oh, yes, the man behind us thought we lost our foxtail. Anyway, we've been passing through some nice scenery. I know so many wineries and miles of vineyards.
Yeah, this is the wine country.
And you notice the cows, how sleek and fat they are? They look so contented.
They're more than contented, they're drunk.
Stop making things up, drunken cow. Of all the...
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
We're almost out of gas. We better stop at a gas station.
Oh, all right. Now we have to go through lifting up the seat and everything. Oh, well.
I'll drive to the station on the corner.
Yes, sir. Fill her up. Well, how far are we from Palm Springs now?
17 miles.
17 miles, huh? Let me see. The altitude here is 3,100 feet. And the altitude of Palm Springs is 270 feet, which is a drop of 2,830 feet, which for 17 miles would be about 3.25% grade. Now, the wind is at our back, but at the pass, it becomes a headwind of about 19 miles an hour. Let me see. Put in 2 4/10 gallons.
Yes, Mr. Einstein.
My name isn't Einstein.
Oh, yeah, your initials are on the side of the car, B.H.
Those aren't my initials. They belong to the man I bought the car from.
B.H. Bob Hope?
No, Ben Hur.
Never mind, Rochester. Just stand up and drive. Now, let's get going. We want to arrive at the springs before dark.
That was Thursday. Friday was a beautiful day, and Jack really enjoyed it. He visited Mary Livingston at the Park Lane Hotel, and they spent the afternoon around the swimming pool.
Gee, the sun feels good, Mary.
Yeah. A couple of more hours of this, and we'll both have beautiful tans.
Say, Mary.
Yes, Jack?
Mary, I like to talk to you.
What is it?
Well, it's a little embarrassing.
For heaven's sake, Jack, what is it?
Well, I don't like to mention this, but your bathing suit is awfully snug and skimpy.
Well, go in and take it off. I didn't want to lend it to you in the first place.
Well, I can't help it if Rochester forgot to pack my suit. You think I like wearing yours? I'm going to have an awful time explaining my tan to the boys in the steam room.
Stop pouting and enjoy yourself.
I am enjoying myself. It's a fine town for you to catch a cold in, too. There's one spot I love for vacation, though. It's Palm Springs. Come on, Mary, let's go in the pool. Last one in is a rotten egg.
Gee, I didn't know Jack could dive that well. He hasn't come up yet. I wonder what happened. Hope there's nothing wrong. Gosh, it's been nearly a minute. How can he hold his breath that long? I better jump in and... Oh, good, he's coming up now.
Phew. Mary, why didn't you tell me those trunks had no strings? The last time I ever wear your suit.
Good. And take off my cap. You look like a honeydew melon.
Okay, I'm getting out. Oh, it's cold when you get out. Mary, throw me a towel.
Okay, here you are.
You didn't have to throw it so hard. Cut me out of the pool.
That was how Jack spent Friday. And on Saturday, feeling full of vim, vigor, and vitality, he tried his luck on the Tamarisk Golf Course with Bob Crosby.
What'd you have on this hole, Bob?
I had a par 4.
4?
Yes, Jack, 4.
I was sure you took 5 strokes.
Oh, no, my tee shot was right down the middle. Then I used the 6-iron, was right on the green. My first putt just rimmed the cup, and my second putt was in.
Yes, you're right. You did have a 4. Well, I guess you win that hole.
Why, what'd you have?
12. Well, maybe I'll beat you on this next hole. Go ahead, tee off.
Okay.
Nice shot, Bob. Now stand back, please. Want to make sure it's teed up just right. Well, here I go. Missed it.
They're not making the balls as big this year.
Oh, quiet. Stop grinning. You make me nervous. Now, here goes. There, I hit it. Hey, where'd the ball go, Bob?
Oh, you sliced it out into the rough.
Oh, well, let's go look for it.
Da-dee-dee-dee, boom-bo-dee-dee. Da-dee-dee-dee, da-dee-do-do.
Yeah, it's a pretty song, Bob.
Yeah, I was going to do it on the show.
Oh, good. Let me hear it now. If I don't find my ball, sing an encore or something, will you?
Pretend you're happy when you're blue. It isn't very hard to do. And you'll find happiness without an end whenever you pretend. Remember, anyone can breathe, and nothing's bad as it may seem. But little things you haven't got could be a lot if you'd pretend. You'll find a love you can share, one you can call all your own. Just close your eyes, she'll be there. You'll never be alone. And if you sing this melody, you'll be pretending just like me. The world is mine, it can be yours, my friend. So why don't you pretend?
song, Bob. I like the way you...
Hold it, Jack. We're walking past your ball.
Oh, where is it?
Oh, it's right behind that tree. Say, you got a real bad lie there.
Oh, yes. It was about 200 yards to the green. Got to keep it low so I don't hit the branches of the tree there. And I got to get up high to go over those other trees. Right in front of the green is that big sand trap. Bob, what do you think I ought to use?
Ben Hogan.
Too light a club for me. I'm an ad-libbing fool. Let me see. Gee, I was in the same spot yesterday when I played with Stanley Curtis and George Howard. They're both watching the game. I thought I'd mention them. This tree wasn't directly in the way. I could... Hey, where'd that ball go?
You know where it went. You kicked it right out into the fairway.
Well, it was an accident.
Some accident. The first kick you missed it.
Well, it was an accident. I'm going to shoot it from there.
Oh, no, you're not. The rules say that if you move a ball, it costs you a stroke, and you can't argue with me because I know the rules of golf.
You know, Bob, this is an amazing coincidence.
What's the coincidence?
It was exactly this time last year, right here on this course, that my ex-orchestra leader became my ex-orchestra leader because he, too, knew the rules of golf. Now, Patty, hand me my 3-wood. Thank you. Where to go? Where to go? Where to go?
Well, I don't know, but when we get to the green, just drop a ball in the hole. I've got a wife and 5 kids to support.
Oh, so there it is. Just on the green there.
Say, that was a swell shot, Jack.
Yeah. Well, here's your ball, Bob. Your shot.
Well, all I need is just a little chip.
Nice shot, Bob. Right on the green. Come on. Well, we're both on the green in 2.
Yeah. You putt first, Jack. You're away.
Putt? Aren't you going to concede that?
Jack, you got an 8-foot putt there. Give me one good reason why I should concede it.
I'll give you a 6. Your wife and 5 children.
Yes, folks, that's what Jack did Saturday. But now, this is Sunday, the day he does his radio broadcast. And in honor of our locale, today we're going to do a dramatic play based on the historical discovery of Palm Springs. Curtain, music. Ladies and gentlemen, although for centuries without number, the area around Palm Springs was known and loved by the Indians. It was not discovered by the white man till 1774. It was in this year that the Spaniards pushed through to the desert in California. But the Spaniards, hungry for gold, saw no value in this area and pushed on toward the coast. For nearly another century, Palm Springs remained sleeping in the sun, a veritable paradise for the Indians of the Agua Caliente tribe.
This isn't funny, folks, but up till now, Don has had nothing. Continue, Don.
Then in the year 1853, 2 intrepid explorers headed west from Texas into the blistering, burning desert.
The sun is sure hot today, Tex.
Yep. This sand is burning my feet, Tex.
I think it's even hotter than it was yesterday, Tex.
I reckon you're right, Tex.
One of us should have come from Colorado. Tell you what, Tex, you can call me Slim.
Okay, Slim. And I think we're lost in this desert because... Hey, wait a minute. Look, there's a man coming towards us.
Oh, yes. Hello there.
Buenos dias, mister.
Now, look, amigo, we're lost. We've been wandering through this desert heat for days without water or food. Our skins are burned to a crisp and our feet worn raw. Maybe you can help us.
Se hable temprano días cajuire posnera tacos.
What does that mean?
Next time, take the train and relax.
Don't be stupid. There's not a train within 1,000 miles of here.
Yeah, do you live around here?
Oh, no, mister.
Then what are you doing out here in the desert anyway?
I'm looking for my sister, mister.
Your sister's lost, eh? When'd she disappear?
Last night was when I first missed her.
Your sister?
Yes, mister.
You've been walking through the desert all day?
Yes, and on my foot I have a blister.
Well, that's too...
Mister.
Hey, that sis of yours, is she beautiful?
Yes, you couldn't resist her.
Well, maybe you can...
Mister.
I've had enough of this silly talk. Come on, Tex, let's go.
Hey, wait a minute, Slim. Here comes somebody else.
What are you hombres doing around my neck of the woods?
Out of my way, mister. We're trekking onward.
Oh, no, you ain't.
Oh, yes, we are.
Be careful, Slim. Be careful. That's Windy Wilson, the toughest man in these here parts.
Windy Wilson, eh? Well, I'll take care of that. Shot him right in the stomach. Yes, sir.
Oh, you got me. You got me. And now I'm a-dying. I'm a-heading for the big corral up yonder, where the deer and the antelope play on fleecy clouds, where there ain't no lost little doggies, and the chuck wagon is always filled. Yeah, I'm a-heading for that big heavenly round up in the sky. Yes, I'm a...
Oh, shut up. You had enough to do.
I'm sorry.
Come on, Tex.
Wait a minute. Here come three guys on horseback.
Where? Where?
Oh, they will not hurt you, mister. They are my brothers, the Guadalajara Trio. They are singers.
The Guadalajara Trio. Who was that applauding?
I don't know. Dig this crazy desert.
Yeah. Sing something, boys. That was very good, senor. Now, come on, Tex. We got to go and discover Palm Springs. So long, amigo.
Adios, and if I do not see you till then, happy Easter.
Thanks.
Easter.
Yeah. Come on, Tex.
Oh, one moment, senor.
Now what?
I bet you are surprised to meet a Mexican who does not do that silly talk about Psy.
Psy?
Sí.
Now, cut that! Come on, Tex. Time to discover Palm Springs. No doubt about it, Tex. We're lost.
Yeah, Slim. And you better go on without me. I can't make it. I'm too tired. I'm too thirsty. My throat is parched and...
Tex, what are you staring at?
Look up ahead. There's a pool of clear, cold water and a beautiful gal standing beside it. Let's go. You can have the water.
Tex, come back. It's only a mirage.
Hello, beautiful.
Hi, handsome.
Tex, come back. It's a mirage.
How about a kiss, sweetie?
Okay, cutie, come here.
Tex, stop kissing that mirage. Tex, you're acting crazy. I'll tell you, it's a mirage. Tex, shut up.
What?
You were making a fool out of yourself. You were standing there kissing a mirage.
Are you sure?
You had your arms around a cactus plant.
Cactus plant. What a fool I've been.
Yeah.
For the past 2 weeks, I've been walking right by him.
Now, look, Tex, get a grip on yourself. Here, take these last few drops of water out of my canteen. I don't think we have too far to go. Tex, look. Look, here, we made it. This is Palm Springs. Read the sign on that building.
Welcome to Palm Springs. Try your luck at Cactus Pete's Gambling Joint and Date Shop.
Come on, let's go in.
Hiya, fellas. Come on right in.
Who are you?
I'm Tumbleweed Tess, the owner.
Oh, hello, Tess.
Wait a minute. Hey, Tess, didn't I see you in a mirage before?
No, that was my sister Babe. She's a cactus plant.
See, Tex, I told you.
Would you boys like to try your luck gambling?
Well, sure. What do you got here?
Blackjack, poker, dice, and roulette.
I like to play a little roulette. Is it on the level?
Are you kidding? That wheel is so crooked we have to have the brakes relined twice a week.
Well, I'm going to play some roulette. Come on, let's go in.
All right, gentlemen, how about a little action around here? Pick your number and watch the wheel go round.
I'll put $5 on 28. That's always been my lucky number.
Okay, $5 on 28.
You lose. Now, wait a minute. This game is crooked. And another thing, your face is familiar to me. Haven't I seen you before?
Could be. In the last half hour, I was a gas station attendant, a Mexican, and a drunken cow.
I thought so. Come on, Tex, let's get out of here.
Jack Benny is a regular feature of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service. The Jack Benny Program. Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, immediately after this radio program, Jack does his television show. But meanwhile, let's go out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills. It's morning, and he's just finished his breakfast.
Did you enjoy your breakfast, Mr. Benny?
Oh, yes, it was wonderful. You know, Rochester, I like starting off with that pink grapefruit. Where do those pink grapefruits come from?
Florida.
Florida, eh? I wonder what makes them pink.
When they see the size of our California grapefruit, they blush.
Oh, Rochester, you're cute. That was a swell breakfast.
Say, Mr. Benny, you've got a little bit of egg on your chin.
I have? Hand me a spoon.
Oh, boss, wipe it off. It's not enough to save.
I'm not going to save it. I just didn't want to dirty a napkin. You know, our Bendix machines are loaded here. Hello, Polly. I said, hello, Polly. Rochester, why does Polly seem afraid of me?
Well, you know how you force it.
Well, she needn't worry. This year we're going to buy the egg. Hello, Polly.
Ow.
That's better. Rochester, it's such a beautiful day, I think I'll go for a walk.
You've been taking a lot of walks lately, Mr. Benny.
I know. You see, when I left the hospital and went to Palm Springs, the doctor told me I was fine, but I ought to get a little more exercise.
How would you like to mow the lawn?
No, I'll walk. Don't be so good to me, you know. I'll see you later. Gee, it's certainly nice out today. Everything looks so beautiful. The air smells so fresh. I feel great since I got out of the hospital. A person doesn't realize the tremendous advances medical science has made. All those new wonder drugs they've invented. Auramycin, chloramycetin, cortisone, penicillin, and the 4-way cold tablet. Now they've even got a 12-way cold tablet. That's for people who get sick watching three-dimensional pictures. That stay in the hospital sure did me a lot of good. No business, no phone calls. Just wonderful rest and quiet. Doctors wanted me to stay in the hospital a little longer, but I insisted on getting out. $20 a day. Fortunately, I was getting 25 from the Blue Cross. I think next week I'll tell them I'm out. Hey, there's that cute little Washburn girl playing with her doll. Hello, Beverly.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. It's nice to see you out of the hospital.
Oh, thank you, Beverly.
What did you have, a boy or a girl? No, honey. I had the flu. Gee, I didn't know there were boys, girls, and flus.
No, Beverly, you're mixed up. You see, the flu is like a cold.
Well, didn't you bring anything from home to the hospital?
No.
Then they cheated you. Every time my mommy goes, she brings home a baby.
She does?
Yes. She's such a good customer. Last time they gave her 2.
I know, you're twin brothers. Well, see you later, Beverly. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Gee, she's cute. Thinking that I had a baby. Imagine me having a baby. That would drive my press agent nuts. That little Beverly is a doll. Her parents named her Beverly because she was born here in Beverly Hills. Her brother's name is Pismo. Oh, boy, this walk is sure making me feel good. I wonder if... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Sure, me gone at top of the morning. It's a pleasure equal to kissing the blarney stone itself, running into the lights of you and me. Be wishing you a happy St. Patrick's Day there.
Wait a minute, Dennis. Aren't you celebrating St. Patrick's Day a little late?
Oh, I forgot about it.
Dennis, how could you possibly forget? Everybody was wearing green shirts and green ties and green socks, and the women were wearing green dresses and green hats.
I thought it was a publicity stunt for chlorophyll.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Oh, by the way, Dennis, I'm a little disappointed in you. You didn't come to visit me when I was in the hospital.
Well, I couldn't, Mr. Benny. I was sick at the time myself.
You were? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I had to have a doctor and everything. I felt awful. I had chills and fever and temperature and butterflies in my stomach.
No kidding. What did the doctor do?
He told me to stop eating the butterflies.
Dennis, come here a minute.
If you hit me, I'll tell the Blue Cross you're out of the hospital.
Well, goodbye, Dennis. I'll see you later.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Benny. Don't you want to listen to the song I'm going to do on the show next week?
Listen to it here? Here on the street? It'd be embarrassing.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Mr. Benny. The last time I sang on the street, people started throwing money out of the windows.
Sing, kid. I'll get a broom.
Through the day and the night.
how'd you like my song, Mr. Benny?
Just a minute, Dennis. 65, 70, 75, 80. No, that's a bottle cap. That's the one that landed right on my nose.
They're right. Pepsi-Cola hits the spot.
Yeah. Well, so long, Dennis.
Goodbye.
That was a nice song that Dennis sang. Probably be a big hit. I never could understand why the song I wrote wasn't a hit. When you say I beg your pardon, then I'll come back to you. When you ask me to forgive you, I'll return. Like the swallows at Serrano, come back to... Say, now I know what's wrong with my song. It stinks. Well, someday I'll write a big hit that will...
Hey, can you tell me how to get to the farmer's market?
Yes, you turn right... Hey, aren't you my friend from Calabasas?
Yes, sir. Hi, Rube.
Hi. The farmer's market's on the corner of 3rd and Fairfax. You come into town to buy something?
No, I'm taking this truckload of stuff from a farm to sell.
Oh. What do you got in the truck?
Pig's knuckles.
Pig's knuckles?
Yeah, the pigs were driving me crazy, always packing them.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, I'm not. Quiet, Pokey. Well, I better get going, Rube. I'm in a hurry.
Why, what's the rush?
I want to get home before 8 o'clock. This is going to be a big night in Calabasas. They're reopening the movie house. They put in a new modern feature.
Oh, you mean 3-dimensional pictures?
No, talkies.
Well, I hope you enjoy them.
Oh, I will. Can't wait to hear that Valentino fella talk. He's a hot one.
Yeah. Goodbye.
So long, Rube. I'm the sheep of
There's a real friendly person. Great fan of mine, too. He's waving goodbye to me. Oh, no, it's one of the pig's knuckles. But a fan is a fan. Gee, I had no idea I walked this far. Here's Don Wilson's house. I wonder if Don is home. Must be. The house is tilted. I'll drop in and surprise him.
Why, Jack Benny, what a pleasant surprise.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Wilson. I was just out for a stroll, thought I'd drop in. Don's home, isn't he?
Yes, come right in.
Thank you.
You look wonderful, Jack. How are you feeling now?
Oh, great. You know, I had a nice rest in Palm Springs. Where's Don?
He's in the living room practicing his diction.
Practicing his diction?
Yes. You know, an announcer has to practice every day, just like a musician.
I never knew that.
I'll call him. Oh, Don. Donald. Honey. Sweetheart. Fasto.
Are you sure he's in the living room?
Oh, yes. He gets so absorbed when he practices his diction. Let's go in.
How now, brown cow? The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain. How now, brown cow? Peter Piper picks a peck of pickled peppers. She sells seashells by the seashore.
Oh, Don.
How now, brown cow? Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I was very hard. Oh, hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Don. Don't let me interrupt. Go right ahead with you. Hey, I didn't know the Sportsman Quartet was here with you. Hello, fellas. Don, what are you and the sportsman working on?
We've all been practicing our diction.
The sportsman, too?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we have a wonderful song prepared for the show. Would you like to hear it?
Why, sure, as long as I'm here.
All right, fellas, take it.
How now, brown cow? How now, brown cow?
Okay, take it now.
You gotta have sense to make the positive limbs, but make the negative and latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In Between. You got none, create the clarity. Use words with familiarity and add to the popularity. Don't mess with Mr. In Between. To illustrate our last remark, told in the way you'll know when we are. What did they say? Just when everything looks so dark.
Pass the dictionary.
Accent, to make the positive limbs, beneath the negative and latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In Between. No, don't mess with Mr. In Between. How now, brown cow? How now, brown cow? No, don't mess with Mr. In Between. How now, brown cow? How now, brown cow?
Wonderful, Don. It'll be swell on the show.
I knew you'd like it.
Well, I gotta be going. I'm taking my daily walk.
Oh, but Jack, it was such a short visit. Why don't you stay and have lunch with Don? I'm sure there'll be enough for both of you.
No, thanks. I'm not hungry.
Good.
Goodbye, Mrs. Wilson.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Jack.
Goodbye, brown cow. See you later. Gosh, I walked all the way down to the shopping district. Drucker's Barber Shop. Haircuts, $1.50. How do you like that? They raised the price. Last time I got one, they were 40 cents. Say, what smells so good? So is this bakery here. Oh, boy, look at those nice-looking cakes in the window. I think I'll go in and buy something.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Well, I don't know. Everything looks so good here. What do you recommend?
Well, we got pies, cakes, donuts, brownies, and cimarron rolls.
What?
Cimarron rolls.
Don't you mean cinnamon?
That's what I said, cimarron rolls.
Well, I don't want any of those. I want to know, have you got any lady fingers?
I used to have, but I had to get rid of them. They kept cracking their knuckles.
Don't be so smart. I came in here to buy something. Now, let's see. Well, I know. I'll have a half a dozen donuts, that chocolate cake, and, let's see, I'll have this Napoleon.
That's a Josephine.
Well, miss, I've been having those for years. It's a Napoleon.
It's a Josephine. This is Danish pastry.
I'll have it anyway. And say, on second thought, I think I'll have some of those cimarron rolls.
What?
I said I'll have some of those cimarron rolls.
Don't you mean cinnamon rolls?
Yeah, give me 6 of them. Now, how much is it altogether?
Now, let's see. Donuts, chocolate, pastry, and half a dozen cimarron rolls. That comes to $1 even.
$1? Well, here you are. Goodbye.
Goodbye, and call again. You're quite a character.
Hey, Rochester will be happy I stopped at the bakery. He loves donuts. I'll put a candle on one of them. Tomorrow's his birthday. Gee, look at all the new sets in this television store window. Hey, they're advertising my TV show that goes on today. It says, don't miss Jack Benny's version of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Oh, boy, I love those shows where I can play two parts.
Hi, Jack. What are you doing here?
Huh? Oh, Bob Crosby. I was just looking at these television sets. Where are you going, Bob?
Oh, nowhere. Just coming from Remley's house. You see, Frankie's sick in bed with the flu.
Gosh, everybody seems to have had it. Is Remley taking good care of himself?
Oh, yes. Starts out in the morning with a hot toddy. 9 o'clock, he has grapefruit juice and bourbon. 10 o'clock, he has orange juice and vodka. At noon, he has lime and gin. He keeps repeating this until bedtime.
Well, for heaven's sake, who's his doctor?
Oh, he hasn't got a doctor. He's got a bartender.
Well, of all the... Why doesn't he get a doctor?
What? And get well?
What a guy. Well, I got to be running along, Bob. Don't forget my television show this afternoon.
Well, don't worry, Jack. I'll be watching it.
Watching it? You're on it.
Oh, yes. Well, see you later.
So long. Oh, Bob.
Yes?
You know, I got something funny to tell you. You know that word that you always have so much trouble pronouncing?
Manischewitz?
Yeah. Well, I just ran into a fellow in a bakery who couldn't pronounce cinnamon rolls.
Well, how do you like that? You mean he couldn't say Cimarron rolls?
Yeah. So long, Bob. So long. Imagine Bob almost forgetting my TV show. Gee, I can't wait till I get on and do Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. The part I like is when I change from the nice, kind-hearted Dr. Jekyll into the mean, cruel Mr. Hyde. Boy, that really takes acting. Oh, my goodness. People are looking at me. I'm so embarrassed. Thank you. Gee, look what time it is. I better get down to the TV studio.
Extra, get your paper here. Latest election returns.
Election return?
Extra, Herbert Hoover elected president of the United States. Hoover defeats Alfred E. Smith. Extra, Herbert Hoover, new president. Extra.
That's what I get for transcribing my show so far in advance. Oh, well, I better hurry. Good night, folks.
Jack Benny is a regular feature of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Today, Phil's chance meeting with a little boy in a parking lot completely changes both their ideas of Christmas. But first, a word from RCA Victor. 2 nights before Christmas and all through the house, there's a fever excitement with everyone wrapping presents or finishing up Christmas shopping left to the last minute. In any case, it will be a very lucky family who will find an RCA Victor super set like the Whitfield with a ribbon around it and under the tree on Christmas morning. And if you haven't thought of it before, there's probably still time to get the Whitfield. It's a magnificent super set that brings you television with picture power for clearer, stronger, steadier pictures deep in the city or far in the country. So remember the name of this beautifully styled 17-inch table model super set, the Whitfield. It's the gift that keeps on giving, a gift the whole family will enjoy all year round. Remember the name, RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. With only a few days left till Christmas, the Harris family has gone to a local department store to do some last-minute shopping. While Alice is looking around for some gifts, Phil has taken the children to the toy department to see Santa Claus.
And if you're a good little girl, I'll bring you all the things you asked for. Now then, who's next?
I am, Santa.
Aren't you a little old for this sort of thing, Sonny?
Look, don't give me no trouble, Nick. Just take my order. Now, look, I want 2 dollhouses, 2 dolls, 2 make-believe stoves, and 2 sewing machines.
2 of everything, eh?
Uh-huh. And another thing, I want 2 blue party dresses with pink ribbons.
Are you and your twin sister going to a formal dinner?
Look, don't be a comic. There's one thing I can't stand. It's a wise Kris Kringle. Just give me my order.
No, please, there are a lot of children waiting now. I have to take care of the next little boy in line. Well, now then, Sonny, what do you want to do?
I want a fountain pen, an adding machine, and a green celluloid eye shade.
What did I do to deserve these big jerks? Now, if you 2 apes don't get out of here, I'll call the manager, and I'll beat it.
You're a nasty old man.
You're right, Willie, and I bet he beats his reindeer. Look, mister, those things I ordered are not for me. My 2 kids sent me up to ask for them.
What's the matter? They too stupid to speak for themselves?
One more crack out of you, and I'll punch you right in your big, fat pillow.
Daddy, please, you're embarrassing us. You can't talk to Santa Claus that way.
Oh, this is not the real one. The head man is up the North Pole. This guy's just a no-talent road company.
Now, look, if your kids want to order anything, you let them talk for themselves. Well, now then, my little darling, what would you like to have for Christmas, besides a new father?
I want a dollhouse, a doll, a make-believe stove, and a sewing machine. And my sister wants
I'll tell him myself.
Very well, little honey. And what would you like for Christmas, my sweet little darling?
Have you got any good head-shrinking sets?
If you promise to use it on your father,
That does it. I'm not going to stand around here and be insulted. Now, look to me, mister.
Please, there are a lot of children waiting to see me.
Well, they won't be for long. Fellow children, if you want to see a good Santa Claus, go to Saks Fifth Avenue. And don't sit on this one's lap. He's got bony knees.
Please. Come along now. You're causing a scene.
All right, but I can't stand it. Come on, let's get out of here.
Daddy, I hope you didn't make a mistake.
What do you mean?
If that's the real Santa Claus, we're dead.
Oh, honey, didn't you notice that every department store has a Santa Claus? They're just helpers. The real one doesn't show up until Christmas Eve. And then he'll come flying through the sky, calling to his reindeer, and then he'll glide in and land on our roof.
Tell me more, Philip.
I'm not talking.
Daddy, you told us we'd see the real Santa. May we stay up Christmas Eve and see him?
Yeah, sure. Look, Willie, take the kids home.
Oh, very well, Philip.
And I'll wait here for Alice. In the meantime, I think I'll join Frankie over at the toy counter. Wonder what he's buying at that toy counter.
What kind of a doll did you say you wanted, sir?
You heard me. I want a doll that's 5'2", has red hair, and walks with a wiggle.
They don't make toys like that.
Who's talking about a toy? What are you doing tonight, honey?
Well, I have to take my grandmother out.
I'll bring along a date for her. I have a friend just about her age.
Remley.
Here he is now. Curly, how would you like it?
No, I ain't doing no grandma sitting. Remley, what's the matter with you? Why do you always try to go on the...
Phil, help me with these packages, will you?
Oh, sure, honey, sure.
Hi, Alice. Looks like you bought a lot of presents.
Oh, I did. And I have one for you, too, Frankie.
You bought me a Christmas present? Oh, Alice, you shouldn't have done it. Which package is mine?
I think it's this one under my arm.
I'll get it.
Frankie, you shouldn't grab
Oh,
it.
Alice, just what I always wanted, a bag of money.
Give me back my purse.
Oh, sorry, Alice. Here's your purse.
Now give me back the money.
Can't I just hold it for a while? So warm and comforting.
No.
Well, where is my present, Alice?
It must be with the packages I put in the car.
Well, come on, let's go out to the parking lot. I'm anxious to see it.
Hey, by the way, Alice, I promised the girls I'd let them stay up and see Santa on Christmas Eve.
Oh, Bill, why did you do that?
Well, honey, I was on the spot. I had to. Hey, but look, don't worry. I'll get somebody to play Santa.
Why get anybody to play Santa?
Well, what else am I going to do?
Well, let the kids stay up and see the real Santa Claus.
Well, I don't know what time he's got. Could I have that again, Herman?
Why don't you let the kids see the real Santa Claus?
Remley, you got to stop using hops in your bubble bath.
We can call somebody later, Phil. Oh, here's our card. Open the door, Frankie, and you'll find your present on the back seat.
Oh, boy. I can't wait. There ain't no packages here. What are you, a wise guy or something, Alice?
Oh, what are you talking about? I put them right here myself on... Oh, no, they're gone. Somebody stole them.
A likely story. You never did have anything for me.
Frankie,
the
you
length.
know that...
Some people go...
Frankie, all of the other presents were stolen, too.
I don't care about the others. I want my present. And you better get it for me or I'll have a tantrum. I'll lie down on the sidewalk and kick my feet. That's what I'll do. I will.
Wait a minute.
Frankie, please control yourself. And don't you worry. The thief who stole your present will regret it.
He will?
Yes. As soon as he opens the box, the rattlesnake will bite him.
Rattlesnake? You fiend.
Oh, Phil, this is awful. All those wonderful Christmas presents I got. I bought the children beautiful mama dolls, and Oh, this is terrible. I'm going in and report this to the manager.
Yeah, go ahead, honey. I don't blame her. I'd like to get my hands on whoever stole those packages.
Maybe they weren't stolen. Maybe Alice put them in the wrong car. You know, some blondes aren't too smart.
Yeah. Well, then let's look in the next car.
Okay. Hey, Curly, I was right. Here are your packages in this car.
Well, then good. Start handing them out.
Right. Curly, did Alice buy anybody an aquarium?
I don't know. Why?
There's a bowl here with fish in it.
Well, then hand it out. I'll see if there's a card on it.
Okay. Here you are, Curly. Take it easy. It's heavy.
All right. Be careful handing it over now. Look out, it's kind of slippery.
Drop that bowl, you Yuletide thieves!
Julius, now look what you made me do.
That's my fish bowl. What are you guys doing in my car? I'm going to call a cop.
Now, wait a minute, Julius. We can explain.
Don't talk to me, you
guppy snatchers. Look at me little goldfish swimming all over the parking lot.
Well, we're sorry, Julius.
Don't stand there, Max. Swim after them.
Stop making such a fuss over a few landlocked goldfish. I'll pay you for them.
Well, that's better. Let's have the dough.
How much they cost?
$1,300.
$1,300 for goldfish?
When I buy goldfish, they're gold.
All right, kid. Beat it.
Beat it, he says. He's ransacking me car and he wants me to beat it.
We ain't ransacking your car. Somebody stole presents out of my car and we thought these was them.
These was them. He not only steals stuff out of my car, he's stealing me character, too.
Curly, pay no attention to him. We got to catch this crook and... Curly, did you hear that?
Yeah, sound like a mama doll. What about it?
Didn't Alice say she bought a couple of mama dolls for the kids?
Yeah. Where did that sound come from?
That little girl over there is holding a mama doll.
Remley, we got our crook.
What crook? The kid's only 5 years old. The doll probably belongs to him.
Quiet. That kid's a criminal type if I ever saw one. Look at that low forehead, them beady eyes.
The receding chin, the scar on her cheek.
And the cauliflower ears and the wax mustache.
Will you keep out of this?
Just hold it a minute, Remley. I'll go over and question her.
Now, careful, Curly. Frisk her first. She may be carrying a knife.
Or a sharp lollipop.
Go home, will you? Now, look, Remley. Let me grill her.
Fellas, you can't grill a 5-year-old kid.
Why not?
It ain't an even match. Mentally, she's got 2 years on you.
Look, Julius, I'm warning you for the last time. You either
get... Curly, ignore him. Let's question the suspect.
Well, then you better let me handle this, Remley. The kid will probably deny it, and it's going to take some shrewd questioning to get it out of her. Mm-hmm. But watch me.
Right.
Hey, you.
Do you want me, mister?
Yeah. I want to ask you a few questions. Remley, turn the headlights on her.
Right, Chief. While you're questioning her, I'll take down her confession.
And I'll start beating her with a rubber hose.
I told you to go home. Go home. Now then, sister. How long have you been stealing things out of cars?
I didn't steal anything.
Oh, no. How old are you?
I'm 5.
What's your name?
G. Davis.
Where do you live?
22 Maple Street. Where do you live?
43 Encino Boulevard.
What's your name?
Phil Harris.
How old are you?
28.
You've been stealing things out of cars.
Well, I started when I was 11, but it wasn't my fault. My dad needed beer money, and wait a minute! I didn't steal nothing. I'm questioning you. And I don't believe your story. In the first place, you're lying about your age.
Look who's talking.
Curly, you're not doing very good. Let me handle it. Look, Mal, where'd you get this doll?
My grandpa gave it to me.
Now we're getting someplace. Who's your grandpa?
He's the chief of police.
You're with us, Curly.
I know. I wouldn't touch her with a fork. Hey, look, take your doll and get lost, kid. Hit the road.
I'm going to tell my grandpa on you.
Now, wait a minute, kid. Don't be a stool pigeon. Gee. Hey, I'll tell you what, honey. If you keep this quiet, I'll sing you a Christmas song.
Which one?
Well, would you like to hear me sing Jingle Bells?
Not especially.
You're going to hear it anyway. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Whoa, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Whoa, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtail ring, they're making spirits bright. what fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Hey, oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. A day or two ago, I thought I'd take a ride, and soon Miss Alice Faye was seated by my side. The horse was leaning like misfortune seemed his lot. He got into a drifted bank and we got upset. Jingle bells, jingle bells, singing merrily we go. Jingle bells, white and snow so cold and crisp and light with jingle all the way through the night. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in an open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Well, little girl, what did you think of my singing?
Come on, mister.
Ah, your grandfather's a cop.
Hey, Curly, come here. Let's look in the car on the other side.
Okay, I'll look.
Fellas, I talked to the manager and he... Phil, what are you doing in that car?
Well, we thought maybe you put the packages in the wrong car. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, hey, there are a lot of packages in here. Alice, did you buy somebody a machine gun for Christmas?
Oh, now, don't be silly.
Well, there's one in here. I'll hand it out and show you.
Drop that Tommy gun or I'll blow your brains out.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't...
Hey, is that you, Harris?
It's Brogan. Who else? Yeah. Hey, what are you doing here, Grog?
Going in to do my Christmas shopping. I always shop at this place.
Well, then what are you sitting in the car for?
I'm waiting for the store to close. That way I get it for less than wholesale. You going shopping here, too?
No, we already did ours, but somebody stole all the gifts out of our car.
Oh, how low can a person get? Things like that make me mad at Christmas time. Now, you just tell me how many packages have been stolen, and I will see that they are replaced.
Now, how are you going to replace them?
I'll go around and steal them from the other cars.
That?
Why not? Somebody steals presents from you, you'll steal presents from them. That's the Christmas spirit.
That's the Christmas spirit?
Yeah, sure. You know the old saying, it is better to take than to buy. After all, you can't...
Phil? Say, Phil, look.
Huh?
Well, there's somebody sneaking out of that car with an armful of packages.
That's our man. Come on, Renly. You get on one side and I'll get on the other and we'll grab him. Come on. Get a hold of him.
I got him, Curly.
All right, hold him. Don't let him get away.
Let go of me, you guys.
Oh, Phil, it's a little boy.
Tell them to let go of me, lady.
Hey, kid, what's the idea of stealing things out of cars?
I wasn't stealing them. I was only borrowing them.
Now, why didn't I think of that alibi the last time I got
Hey, kid, what do you mean, borrowing?
I just wanted them for Christmas. I never get nothing, and the other kids do. And this Christmas, I wanted something to play with.
But you didn't have to steal. On Christmas Eve, Santa Claus will bring you all the toys you want.
What Santa Claus?
Oh, another skeptic, huh? Look, kid, I tell you there is a Santa Claus.
Then why don't he ever come to my house?
Well, maybe you have a narrow chimney and he can't fit in it.
Maybe a television antenna sticks up on a roof. He can't let his rain.
Will you please? Kid's in enough trouble. Look, Sonny, let me ask you something. What are you doing out by yourself? Where are your folks?
I ain't got no folks.
Oh. Well, look, kid. Look, son, you put the presents back and And then I'll buy you some. What do you say to that?
What's the gimmick, mister?
Well, what do you mean, gimmick?
What's in it for you? Nobody ever gave me anything for nothing.
Yeah, I like your spirit, kid. Tell you what, I'll buy you the presents. I am going to see to it that you have a Merry Christmas.
I don't want nothing from you either.
Now look, kid. Either you are going to let me give you a Merry Christmas or I'll knock your little roof in.
You and who else?
Ah, that's my kind of kid. Look, we'll put the presents back, and then Mr. Harris and me, we will go out and buy you everything you want.
What are you trying to do, ruin Santa's big night? He'll bring the kid all the presents he needs.
Hey, mister.
Yeah?
Did you ever see Santa Claus?
Oh, yeah, sure. I see him every year. How'd you like to see him?
Are you kidding?
No. Mr. and Mrs. Harris have 2 kids, and they're going to wait up and see Santa this year. Why don't you come over to their house and see him with them?
Remy, what are you trying to do? He can't come over to the house and see...
But, gee, mister, can I please come over to your house?
Well,
Of course you can, son. Now you return the presents and we'll take you home with us.
Thanks, lady. I'll be right back.
Oh, Alice, can't you see now this kid's going to be disillusioned?
Oh, no, he won't, Phil. You said you were going to hire someone to play Santa for our children.
Yeah, that's right. That way you'll get to see him. And I'll tell you something, I'm going to hire the best Santa that money can buy.
Hire a fake Santa if you want to, but keep him out of the way of the real one or there's going to be trouble. Hurry up, kid. We're ready to go home.
Oh, Alice, this is awful. How much trouble can you get into? Here it is, Christmas Eve, and I couldn't get anybody to play Santa Claus for the kids. I called everybody. Don Wilson, Don Quinn, Andy Devine.
Curly, look, for the last time, I tell you don't need anybody.
Frankie, don't you understand? It's not just my own kids I'm concerned about, but that little boy. He has all of his hopes pinned on seeing Santa.
He'll see him. Now, stop talking. Put these things on the mantel.
What's this for?
It's milk and cookies for Santa. I put them on the mantel for him every year.
All right, put them up there. Put them up there.
Okay.
Remley, can't you see I'm in trouble? If this little kid don't get
Daddy, when is Santa Claus coming? Yeah, it's almost 11 o'clock. Where is he? Are you sure he's coming?
Well, you see, children,
he'll be here soon,
Oh, Frankie. Look, kids. See, Santa might be awfully late getting here, so I'll tell you what. Let me tell you a Christmas story, and then will you run off to bed?
Well, all right, Daddy. But, gee, we wanted so much to see him.
Yeah, you promised me.
All right. Maybe next year. Now, gather around me, kids, and I'm going to tell you a beautiful Christmas story. You ready? It was the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. And the stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. I thought I heard sleigh bells. No. The children were nestled, all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced through their heads. Hey, Alice, what are those bells? What's the...
Shh, quiet, Curly.
It's Santa Claus. The real one.
Gee, there is a Santa Claus.
But
Merry Christmas, Santa.
Frankie, who are you talking to? I don't see anybody.
The kids do. Look at them.
Mr. Remley, you were right.
Gee, Santa, we knew you'd come.
We were waiting all evening for you. sure, we've been very good girls. Oh, what a lovely dollhouse. Thank you. Just what I wanted, roller skates. And all these things are for me? Can I open them now? All right, Santa. I'll wait till morning. Thank you very much.
And a Merry Christmas to you, too, Santa.
Of course, we'll tell them. Merry Christmas. And goodbye, Santa Claus.
I told you he'd show up, Curly. But, Frankie, I don't get it. I heard it, but I didn't see him. Of course you did. He sure is a nice-looking old gent.
Alice, did you see him?
Well, I'm not sure, Phil. I almost thought I saw him standing by the fireplace.
But Alice, how could it be? If he was standing there...
But Phil, what are you staring at?
The mantel. Alice. The milk and cookies. They're gone.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Paint Your Wagon has been acclaimed by critics as one of the top musicals to hit Broadway in years. And now, RCA Victor brings you the hit songs of this show with its original show cast. With James Barton, Olga San Juan, and Tony Bavar, RCA Victor's new Paint Your Wagon album is superb. It gives you such beautiful melodies as I Still See Elisa, Another Autumn, the rousing Carino Mio, and I Talk to the Trees. And the words and music are written by the same combination of Alan J. Lerner and Frederick Lowe, who brought you Brigadoon. Yes, RCA Victor's Paint Your Wagon album is good news. Stop in at your RCA Victor record dealers tomorrow and get your copy of this album. It will make a wonderful Christmas present because it's the gift that keeps on giving. Buy it in any of 3 record speeds. The new Paint Your Wagon album on RCA Victor Records. And now, here's wishing you and your family a Merry Christmas from RCA Victor.
Folks, this is Phil again. Please remember what a wonderful job you're doing every time you buy Christmas seals. Let's all help fight tuberculosis. Alice and I and our entire cast add our wishes for your holiday happiness. I started to say Hollywood happiness.
Oh, that's good, too.
Hollywood happiness
all right.
And holiday happiness. Merry Christmas, everybody. Thanks and good night.
And Merry Christmas, everybody.
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola-phonograph, or records, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in television.
Next, Theater Guild on the Air stars Rex Harrison on NBC.
J'attendrai le jour
present Gisele of Canada, singing and playing her songs in English and French.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? Mesdames et messieurs.
Gisele will have as her guests in this series some of the greatest names in the entertainment world. Jack Benny, Ava Gardner, Eddie Cantor, Helen Hayes, Sergei Kuzovitsky, Ozzie and Harriet, Edward Arnold, Bob Hope, Herbert Marshall, Burns and Allen, Ronald Coleman, Joan Fontaine, and Ray Milland. Our first guest is our great, good, gifted, and generous friend, Jack Benny.
Well, Mr. Benny doesn't seem interested, Rupert.
Jack? Oh, of course he is. Go ahead and sing.
It's the story of a very unfortunate man, this man who was arrested down in old Hong Kong. He got 20 years privilege taken away from him when he kicked old Buddha's gone. And now he's robbing the piano just to raise the price of a ticket to the land of the free. You say his home's in Frisco where they ship the rice, but it's really in Tennessee. That's what he said. I need someone to love me. I need somebody to carry me home to San Francisco and bury my body there. I need someone to lend me a $50 bill, and then I'll leave Hong Kong far behind me for happiness once again. Oh, someone believe I've again to see that day again. But when I try to leave, oh, local man won't let me fly away. I need someone to love me. I need somebody to carry me home to San Francisco and bury my body there. It's the story of a very unfortunate man, this man who was arrested down in old Hong Kong. He got 20 years privilege taken away from him when he kicked old Buddha's gone.
Oh, that was grand, Gisele.
Now, but look at Mr. Benny. He's still muttering to himself and counting on his fingers.
Try another song, and then I'll see what's on his mind.
All right. There's a guy named Chico Chico who's the toast of Puerto Rico, especially when it comes to making love. You'll be speaking Puerto Rican, and your heart is sure to weaken when you meet the guy I'm speaking of. Chico Chico from Puerto Rico, every chick in Puerto Rico chases Chico. Chico Chico is full of Rico. Oh, they all think Chico Chico pretty slicko. He's got ego, this amigo. Every cute muchacha wants to go where he go. When he rumba or bolero, he do better job than Singer Romero. He likes to flirt, but he no fighter doer. No, no, he might get hurt. Say he's nobody's fool. Chico Chico from Puerto Rico. He's a wolf who isn't timid, shy, or Rico. And when you know all that I know, lady, you give Chico back to Puerto Rico. He's not afraid to marry you. Of course, you'll have to wait, cause he can't get divorced. Chico Chico from Puerto Rico. Every chick in Puerto Rico chases Chico. Chico Chico is Puerto Rico. Oh, they all think Chico Chico pretty Chico. He likes to kiss and say romantic words after you miss some money from your bird. Chico Chico from Puerto Rico. He's a wolf who isn't timid, shy, or Miko. And when you know all that I know, lady, you'll give Chico back to Puerto Rico.
Now, let's see.
New York has a population of about...
Why so thoughtful, Jack? Don't you like Giselle's song?
Oh, yes, they're great. But I had a business matter on my mind. Canada's a very big country, isn't it, Rupert?
Canada? Yes, indeed.
And a good investment field?
One of the best, Jack. You know, they tell me $5 billion American dollars are working up there now and sending home dividends right on the nail.
$5 billion? Do you think there'd be room for any more?
Oh, sure. Jack, you don't mean you're thinking of investing money up there?
Well, I'm considering it.
Great idea, Jack. You couldn't do better. What are you interested in?
Well, money.
Yes, but how do you want to make it? Now, let's see. Take their newsprint industry. They produce 4 times as much newsprint as any other country in the world. Then, they're the world's largest producers of nickel, platinum, asbestos.
You don't say.
Sure. And they're right up at the top in copper, zinc, silver, lead, and gold. Gold, Jack. Think of it.
I am.
Then you take the Athabasca tar sands in Alberta. There's more oil in them than there is in all the rest of the world's fields. 250 billion barrels, they say.
That's a lot of oil.
And all the water power you'd ever need. Jack, you couldn't find a better place than Canada to have your money go to work for you.
Yes, I'd like to give it a lot of healthy outdoor exercise. In a gold mine or an oil well.
Sure. Or put it into a factory. Jack, can't you see your name up in lights over a big factory? The Jack Benny Manufacturing Company, in letters 7 feet high, 10 feet, 15.
Jack Benny Manufacturing Company. 15 feet high. Rupert, it's an idea. I think I'll do it.
Good. Now, you take $1 million or so?
$1 million? I figured on starting a little more conservatively than that.
All right, say 100,000. Well, 10,000, no?
I was thinking of something really conservative. Say about...
Well, say it, Jack.
Well, sort of like opening a savings account. But of course, I'd go higher than $1. Say $1.50. Oh, say $1.35.
I see. Well, Jack, you go ahead. They're just as glad to see the small investors as the big ones. Only you better make some inquiries. You don't want to take a wild plunge.
No. I wonder if Gisele could give me any advice.
Well, I don't know how she is in these big business deals, Jack, but she certainly must be an admirer of yours. Look at her next song. Mon cœur est un violon. My heart is a violin.
Well, that's appropriate.
Mon cœur est un violon sur lequel ton archer joue et qui vibre tout du long appuyé contre ta joue dans ton air comme un refrain de folie. En douleur, sans fatiguer, traîne avec mélancolie. adolescents fatigués traînent avec mélancolie. Et vivront
Mr. Benny liked that all right, Gisele. Look at those eyes. Those blue, blue eyes.
Do you think it's safe for me to sing Hands Across the Table?
Well, take a chance. Be sure to be with Gisele of Canada next week when our guest will be that sensational young star, Miss Ava Gardner. This is Rupert Lucas saying au revoir.
For correct time all the time, wear a Bulliver. Trade in your old watch. Get a liberal allowance on a new Bulliver. Any Bulliver you choose.
Maxwell House Coffee presents Good News of 1938. Welcome to another hour behind the scenes in Hollywood, brought to you from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Imagine yourself with us now on Soundstage 30, sitting with the famous stars who have come to broadcast and to listen to our program. Tonight you will hear Frank Morgan, Fanny Bryce, Alan Jones, Maureen O'Sullivan, director Jack Conway, and Meredith Wilson, and anybody else that might happen to drop in. And here's your host for the evening, Robert Taylor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Bob.
Well, Frank Morgan. What is it, Frank?
Bob, I just wanted you to know I'm here. I was a little late. I've been trying to hire an orchestra for the house party I'm giving Saturday night.
Well, say, I'll bet that's going to be some party. Hiring an orchestra and everything, huh?
Oh, yeah, I always hire an orchestra. Why, at my last party, I had the Philadelphia Symphony, 110 men and girls. And... Oh, what a girl. Wow. Redhead. Let's see. Her number is Philadelphia...
Philadelphia what?
Philadelphia, PA. I know my geography. Yes, sir. I get road maps from all the gas stations when I stop for free water. Yeah, but, Bob, have you any idea where I can dig up a good orchestra? Money's no object.
What'll you pay him?
Well, I'll give him my personal check for $200 or $5 cash.
Well, say, Meredith Wilson might like to make $5. What do you think of him as a musician?
Well, it sounds like a good idea. Why doesn't he take it up? Oh, Meredith Wilson, yes. Well, confidentially, Bob, he can't read a note of music.
Well, that has nothing to do with it. I can't read music, and yet I play the cello fairly well. I play by ear.
By ear? Well, don't you find that rather awkward with the cello?
I don't think you know a thing about music.
Well, I do, too. You're just jealous, Bob.
All right. Now, let's say that Meredith Wilson's orchestra was to play an andante movement or an agitato movement or poco lento.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Yes, well, that's what I say. What's the difference? Who cares? Let them play anything. What's the score? Who's playing?
Oh, please, Meredith. Whistle while you work.
Try to be just like the cheerful city and whistle while you work. Come on, get smart to love the start to whistle while you work. Whistle while you work. You'll never, never quit. Come on, get smart and do your part with all your heart to love the start to whistle while you work.
That was grand, Meredith. And incidentally, the song is from one of the grandest pictures that ever came out of Hollywood, Walt Disney's magnificent Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It's Walt's masterpiece, and just as fine for grown-ups as for children. And speaking of children, brings me, of course, to that awful little girl who's become such a popular feature of our program. Here she is again with Hanley Stafford as her father, Baby Snooks.
Snooks, what are you doing up so early?
What time is it?
Why, it's not 8 yet.
Is it 7?
No, it's after 7.
Well, 8 comes after 7.
I know it does, but it's different with telling time.
Why?
Because it is. You have to figure with hours and minutes.
There?
On the clock. Here, look at it.
What's those black things?
Those are the hands. They point out the time.
Where's the fingers?
They don't have fingers.
I got fingers.
I know you have fingers, but those hands don't have any.
Well, how can they point?
Snooks, they just indicate the time. Now, look. Every time that big hand makes a complete revolution of the face,
Oh, whose face?
this face on the clock.
That ain't a face.
I tell you, it is a face.
It ain't got a mouth.
Of course not.
Has it got eyes?
No, and it hasn't got a nose, and it hasn't got ears either.
And you call that a face?
Yes.
Do you feel all right, Daddy?
I feel fine. Will you stop interrupting me?
All right, Daddy.
Well, now look at the clock. The big hand is the minute hand, and the little hand shows the hours. Now, these numbers all around the face each denote a different hour. Are you following me?
Where are we going?
We're not going anywhere. I'm trying to teach you to tell the time. Now, do you see these numbers on the clock?
Uh-huh.
The number at the top is 12. When both hands point to 12, it's 12 o'clock. Understand?
Uh-huh.
Good. Now, what is it when both hands point to 12?
Oh.
It's 12 o'clock.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh. And I'm late for school.
Oh, it's not 12 o'clock now. You just pay attention to what I'm telling you.
All right, Daddy.
Now, each time the big hand moves to another number, that's 5 minutes. And every time the little hand moves, an hour goes.
Where's it go?
Snooks, that has nothing to do with telling the time. All you have to understand is the movements of the hands. Now, let's see if you remember what I just explained.
All right, Daddy.
Here, now, look at this clock. Now, you see the little hand is between the 7 and 8, and the big hand is on the 7.
Uh-huh.
All right. What does the clock say?
Tick-tock.
Oh, it says 20 minutes to 8. And good heavens, I've got to get dressed and get to the office. Look out, Snooks.
Are you going to shave, Daddy?
Yes, and don't trail after me.
I want to watch you.
Oh, all right, but don't pester me with questions.
Why?
Because I'll get nervous and cut myself with a razor. Now, just keep quiet now.
All right. Daddy!
Ow! Why do you yell like that? See, I've cut my face. Boy, look at that slice. It's a beauty.
You like it, Daddy?
No, I don't like it. And I want you to let me finish, so don't make another sound.
I won't.
Remember now, Snooks, this razor's very sharp.
Yes, Daddy.
And will you be quiet?
Uh-huh.
Good. Now, just stand there and watch.
All right. Daddy!
Oh! Snooks, you made me cut myself again. Now, just get right out of here.
I'll be quiet, Daddy.
Well, you'd better. This razor pulls.
What you doing now, Daddy?
I'm stropping the razor.
Why?
Because it's not sharp.
Yes, it is.
Well, how do you know?
Because it's sharpened my pencils all right.
What? Now, listen. How many times have I told you not to take my razor from the box?
I didn't take it from the box. I found it in the kitchen.
In the kitchen? What was my razor doing in the kitchen?
Mama was cutting an linoleum with it.
Snooks, I don't believe you. Now you're going to get a spanking.
Why?
Didn't you promise never to touch my razor?
Uh-huh.
And didn't I promise to give you a spanking the next time you did?
Uh-huh.
Well?
Well, I didn't keep my promise, so you don't have to keep yours.
Oh, no. You're not getting away with it this time, young lady. Come over here. There. You simply must learn to behave. There. All right, that's all. Oh, stop it. I didn't hurt you. Now come here and kiss Daddy and say you're sorry. There. That's better. Now, Snooks, I want you to tell me why I punished you. What's the matter now?
That's just it.
Just what?
First you give me a licking, and you don't know why you did it.
Now, here's Ted Pearson with some advice on coffee. You know, friends, there's more than fine, full-bodied flavor, more even than that deep-down satisfaction in a steaming, fragrant cup of Maxwell House coffee. Yes, grand as that is, there's something more. It's that friendly stimulation in a cup of Maxwell House coffee, the kind that buoys you up and never lets you down. Now, we've taken various ways of pointing out just what we mean by that friendly stimulation. But tonight I have an idea we can express it in a different way. Anyway, I'm going to try. I'm going to call on our maestro here, our own Meredith Wilson, to help me out. Oh, Meredith, do you mind?
Why, not at all, Ted, if I can help.
Well, then, Meredith, how would you tell us about that friendly stimulation that's in a cup of Maxwell House?
Well, let's see. I think I'd set it to music, Ted. Let's say the boys and I have been rehearsing for maybe 5 hours, and we're pretty well worn out, all of us. And by that time, we're playing something like this. Then I know it's time for a little rest. And as we all file out, we're pretty apt to congregate in the coffee shop for a smoke and a cup of Maxwell House coffee. Well, 20 minutes later, we're back at our desks playing like this. Yes, Ted, once more we're playing Allegro Vivace, or in other words, Con Brio.
Or as one might further say, Con Maxwell House. Well, I guess there are times when, to alter an old saying, music speaks louder than words, and this seems to be one of them. Well, thank you, Meredith. You certainly have expressed the friendly stimulation there is in a cup of Maxwell House coffee for all of us. And so, friends, when you're tired, maybe feeling out of sorts, a little low in spirits, and you need a really wholesome pickup, well, then take time at your meals to enjoy a tempting, fragrant cup of the coffee that buoys you up and never lets you down.
Nice commercializing, Ted Pearson.
Thank you, Bob. Now I've relayed my message to our audience. I have a message for you. There's someone waiting to see you.
Well, tell him to come back later, will you? I'm very busy now.
Why?
Because. Oh, it's Jack Benny.
Thank you, Bob. Thanks. Yeah, it can't be that good. Hello again. This is Jack Snooks Benny talking. And, Bob, I just dropped in here for a minute to thank you again for appearing on my program last Sunday night. It was a lovely gesture on your part, and we appreciated it.
Well, that's okay, Jack. I enjoyed every minute of it. It was a lot of fun.
Yes, sir. We sure got a lot of laughs, didn't you? And the members of my cast got a big kick out of meeting you, Bob.
It was my pleasure, Jack. You know what impresses me about your program, Jack?
What, Bob?
Well, the way your cast looks up to you, the way they respect you.
Respect me? Oh, yes. I've got them trained pretty well, Bob. You know, when I crack the whip, they jump.
They sure do.
Oh, yes. You know, when I want something done, I simply give my orders to Mary, Phil, Don, and Kenny Baker. And Kenny does exactly as I say. But if things were bad before, Bob, you have no idea of the situation now. Since they met you, you'd think I was a stooge or somebody.
Gosh, I didn't mean to start anything, Jack. Is there anything I can do?
Bob, when you kissed Mary, you did enough. Really, folks, you never saw such a smack.
Well, Jack, that kiss couldn't possibly affect Mary's feelings for you.
No, but last Monday was my birthday, and the kiss she gave me... what's good for frostbite, Bob? I got a warmer kiss from my high school principal when I graduated. I nearly killed that joke, too.
Yeah,
One good joke, and I have to kill it.
Yeah. Well, then you did go to school, right?
What's that, Bob?
You did go to school.
Oh, definitely. Why, back in Waukegan, they've got a halo around my dunce cap. But, Bob, I want to tell you the real reason for my being here tonight. Not that you need a reason on radio, you know, but I've been listening to this program for the last 14 or 15 weeks.
Oh, then you like our show.
Well, Bob, I will say that it's a nice program. You know, it's nice. But it needs a little something to, well, it could be stronger.
Yeah, well, what do you mean it could be stronger?
Well, Bob, I don't mean that you have to send it to a gymnasium or anything like that. But I said before, it is a nice program.
Well, what do you mean, nice?
Now, don't pin me down. I mean it's pleasant.
Oh, yeah. You mean it doesn't go around and kick anybody in the face, huh?
Well, you don't have to get ironic. I didn't come here to tear your program down. I merely came to give you constructive criticism.
Yes, but, Jack, I hardly think this is quite the time or the place, you see.
Now, Bob, when I see a man drowning, I don't wait until he hollers for help.
Well, what would you suggest?
Well, Bob, look, let's analyze it. Now, since this show is an hour and mine is only a half hour, we must use twice as much showmanship, you see?
Showmanship? Well, have you got any ideas, Mr. Barnum?
Just call me Barney. Now, Bob, the only thing that fits here, you don't mind my helping.
No.
The only thing that fits here is a very hot, swingy song. Now, take a tip from me, Bob. Have Judy Garland sing a rip-snorting zaz-zoo-zaz number.
Yeah. Is that what you would do?
Definitely, and I ought to know.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jones, our brilliant young tenor, will sing My Heaven on Earth. Thanks, Jack.
Oh, it was nothing. It was nothing. Now, the next song.
Heaven is a million miles away. Still I find it in my arms today. Heaven is the only word will do when I'm describing you. My heaven on earth started when you came into view. I never knew the thrill of living until you happened along. My heaven on earth came with a glance, bringing romance. That lucky chance was all I needed to fill my heart with a song. Loving you isn't hard to explain. You're sweet, you're lovely and gay. Heaven's loss has been my greatest gain for letting an angel like you get away. My heaven on earth, you're in my arms, you're in my heart. So who can measure your worth? You're my heaven on earth. My heaven on earth. First came in view when I saw you. I never knew no thrill living when I happened along, I saw you with one glance, knowing that you brought that lucky chance of mine to fill me with a song. You're sweet, you're lovely and gay. Heaven's loss has been my greatest gain for letting an angel like you get away. My heaven on earth, you're in my arms, you're in my heart.
That was swell, Alan. Thank you. Well, Jack, the folks seemed to go for Alan's song, didn't they?
Yeah, Judy Garland looks entirely different in pictures, doesn't she? I mean, Bob, I've met Jones before. He seems like a very nice chap, an intellectual sort, ain't he?
Yes. Yes, he sure is. You know, after meeting Kenny Baker last Sunday, I would say that Alan is the exact antithesis.
Well, what is that, Bob?
I say Alan is the exact antithesis.
Well, yes, he is. If I knew what it meant, I could be even more definite. You know? Of course, Bob, Kenny is a very amusing boy, though. He does say the most ridiculous things. I mean, when I talk to him, whenever I ask him anything, I get the silliest answers. You know, you've heard them. Like this morning, for instance.
Yeah, what'd you ask him?
To take a cut. He was polite, though. He said, "Go soak your head, please." Oh, he was coughing.
Well, of course, Alan is a different type entirely.
Yes, I'd like to talk to him, just in case Kenny ever happens to read his contract, you know.
Yes, well, I want you to meet everybody, Jack. Alan.
Yes, Bob?
You know Jack Benny, don't you?
Well, I'm very glad to see you again, Alan.
Well, I won't work for a cent less than Kenny Baker.
Yeah. But Ann wasn't in the script. Biting the hand that might feed you, eh? I merely wanted to compliment you on your voice, Jones, although I don't think it was the proper selection.
What do you know about it?
Well, to put it conservatively, everything. You see, Alan, this show needs all the help that I can give it.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Wait a minute. This show doesn't need anything.
Well, you're just being stubborn, that's all. Now, you take your musical selections. In the first place, I don't like the arrangements.
Well, what's the matter with them?
Now, you keep out of this, buddy. Who asked you to butt in, anyway?
Listen, Jack, this is Meredith Wilson, our conductor.
Oh. Now, look, Mr. Wilson, I sounded like Edward Horton then, didn't I? Now, look, Mr. Wilson, I was just telling Bob that the arrangements of your selection should have a little more schmaltz. You know, sounder construction in the bass, and let the melody carry itself. You know?
Well, Mr. Benny, when I want your advice, I'll send for you. And I didn't send for you.
Well, a Phil Harris without curls.
Yeah? You're a Clark Gable without hair.
Who said that?
I did. Tom Wilson isn't here. Jack, this is Ted Pearson, our announcer.
Hello, Pearson. And that crack about my hair wasn't very funny. You know, I have plenty of hair. It just happens that I have a high forehead. That's all.
Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of Jack Benny's head, buy Maxwell House coffee in the super vacuum tin.
Now, this is a fine way to run a program, commercial plugs right in the middle.
You better beat it, Ted.
See, that Pearson has got some nerve for a guy with only one flavor. Well, Bob, anyway, now that I've got your show rolling along, an idea strikes me that right here, Meredith Wilson must play a sock number.
Well, is there any particular number you can suggest, Jack?
Well,
How about Rosalie?
No, not Rosalie. That number's so worn out. Let him play anything but Rosalie, Bob. See? Hey. I trapped him, folks. That's the number I really wanted.
Always and always.
Hey, that's not Rosalie. I've been wrong.
And wonder of you. Always and always, my love will go soaring to heaven, far under the blue. Life is strange and ever changing, doesn't make reason or rhyme. But through all the centuries time endured, oh, we'll be always together, forever and ever, for always and always I'm
Now, Bob, I think right here I ought to play a violin solo.
Jack, go away.
Oh, all right. A little class wouldn't hurt this program.
Meredith, that was a grand job on Always and Always. It sounded swell.
Oh, really? I wasn't listening.
Oh, say, Bob. Oh, there you are.
Frank, are you here again?
Am I here again? Why, yes, I think so. I'm sure I'm around someplace. I can hear my voice, can't you?
Yes, I guess you're here all right.
Well, that's fine. Then we won't bother looking for me. Let's get going, Bob. Now, we don't want to be late.
Late for what?
The premiere. This is the most exciting opening night in Hollywood's history. Why, everybody who is anybody will be there. Believe me, I had to use plenty of influence to get you invited. And now you hesitate. Don't get...
Frank, where is this opening night? At Grauman's Chinese Theater?
No. At Tishabov's Turkish Bath. It's a formal affair, you know. I'm wearing a top hat, white tie, and a black towel. Do it right, I always say.
No, thanks, Frank. I'm not going to the opening night of any Turkish bath.
Oh, but, Bob, I got 2 front row seats in the steam room. We'll have a hot time. And they tell me it's a very stylish place.
Yeah, what can be stylish about a Turkish bath?
Well, in the ordinary Turkish bath, you have to take a shower before you go into the pool.
Yeah, well...
Well, but in this place, they make you take a shower before you take a shower. Very sanitary.
No, you better count me out, Frank, but you'd better go. You certainly look flabby.
Well, that's because I exercise. Oh, who looks flabby? Why, Bob, you can't be serious. You know I'm the perfect physical specimen. Why, only this morning I ran 100 yards in 8 seconds.
8 seconds?
Yes.
Well, it takes Jesse Owens 9 2/5 seconds to run 100 yards.
Yes, but I know a shortcut. Why, when I was in the Olympics in 1914...
Frank, I didn't know that you were in the Olympics.
Well, neither did I until just now. Of course I was. Well, Bob, I was the sensation of the Olympics of 1918.
I thought it was in 1914.
My, time flies, doesn't it? Bob, I'm sorry you missed me in those Olympics of 1922. Let's see, they were held in the southern part of Europe.
Yugoslavia?
Yes, and I go skiing, too. Oh, Yugoslavia. That's the country. I thought you were clearing your throat. Yes, Bob, there's nothing like outdoor sports to keep you fit. Why, right here in California, I exercise every day, if it isn't raining. You should see me make a standing broad jump. And I'm a wizard at those old Grecian sports, throwing the javelin, pole vaulting.
What about the discus?
Oh, the discus. Well, I make my wife wash them. I wear the pants in my house with an apron over them.
Yes, Frank, I think America will acknowledge that you're definitely a manly type.
Oh, thank you, Bob.
Yes, you're one man who is the absolute personification of masculine charm.
Yes.
The epitome of dashing virility.
Oh, what do you hear? From the dictionary? You know, Bob, I didn't know that I was so good. I'm going right out and hire a press agent. So long. I'll see you next. Yes.
Oh, Bob, who was that fellow?
It was Frank Morgan.
Morgan. What does he do?
What does he do? Well, I'll tell you what he does. He occupies the position of being radio's #1 comedian.
Oh, you mean #1 on this program?
#1 on this program or any radio program.
Oh, well. You mean not counting Sunday nights, of course.
Yes, counting Sunday nights or any nights. He's the funniest man in the country.
Well, that's open for discussion.
No, that's closed.
Well, I've just opened it. And it's going to stay open if we have to run into Bing Crosby's program. Of course, you may think that Morgan is comical just out of sentiment.
Sentiment?
Yeah, you know the old saying. People on the same program are thicker than water. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, whether you think he's funny or not, did you hear the people laughing?
Yes, they were laughing. They're happy. Things are getting better everywhere. That's why.
Now, I'll tell you why they were laughing. They were laughing because Frank Morgan is very funny. Do you get it? Frank Morgan is funny.
What?
I said Frank Morgan is funny.
Well, you're just in a rut, that's all. You probably think Jeanette MacDonald has a better voice than Andy Devine. I've never heard of
And now, friends, once more it's time for that friendly custom of ours on these programs. I mean a visit to the old Maxwell House here on the lot for a steaming cup of Maxwell House coffee. And, Meredith, will we enjoy our coffee with the music that goes with it? We now pause briefly for station identification.
KFI, Los Angeles.
This is Robert Taylor again, ladies and gentlemen, and we're continuing our good news of 1938.
Hello, Bob.
Well, Maureen O'Sullivan. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet the lovely lady who appeared opposite me in A Yank at Oxford, the picture we made in England last summer, Miss Maureen O'Sullivan.
Thank you.
Maureen, it's swell to see you again. Won't you sit down a minute and listen to the music?
Well, Bob, I understood, that is, wasn't I to do a scene from A Yank at Oxford at this point?
Well, no, not right now. The drama comes a little later in the program.
Oh, that's strange. The gentleman in charge out there just told me to go right ahead now.
Gentleman in charge?
Yes. Mr. Burney.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hey, Jack. Oh, just a minute, Bob. I'm straightening out Wilson's music. Now, Meredith, I think that if you made that a dotted eighth note,
You think so?
Yeah, just lay it aside while I clear up this other matter. What is it, Bob?
Maureen O'Sullivan.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Miss O'Sullivan, meet Robert Taylor.
I know Mr. Taylor very well.
Oh.
Now, listen here, Jack. I don't mind your giving suggestions, but when you start sending people out on the stage in the middle of the program and confusing everybody, that's going too far.
I should say it is. You told me you were running this program, Mr. Burney.
The name is Benny. Jello. Now, look, Bob. My plan was to have Mavourneen here.
The name is Maureen.
Maureen, come out and do a dramatic scene. You know, something to take the curse off of the first part of this show.
I think that's a good suggestion. I think that's a very good suggestion, Mr. Jello. After all, A Yank at Oxford is opening in the theaters all over the country in the next few days.
Well, I wasn't thinking of that, Miss Yank. Now, look,
all right, Benny, that's enough. I'm not going to stand here and have you tear our show down.
Now, Bob, don't get me wrong. I'm only trying to be helpful.
Helpful? You're ruining everything.
Mr. Benny, when do I do the scene?
I'll have it straightened out in just a minute. Now, look, Bob.
I won't look at anything. I started out with a good show tonight, and now where am I?
Well, don't get excited. I didn't say it was your fault that the show isn't good. Not entirely your fault. What do you think, Maureen?
Well, I don't know whose fault it is. When do I do the scene?
There isn't going to be any scene. Benny, you keep your nose out of this.
What, the whole thing? Look, Bob, if you didn't want me to tell you how to run the program, why did you send for me?
Who sent for you?
Well, of course. I didn't know they'd gone over your head. You know.
Who went over whose head?
Now, don't get acrobatic. You know how I happen to be here tonight, don't you?
No, I don't.
Do you two mind if I sit down?
No, not at all. Now, Bob, look, it was perfectly simple. I was walking along Hollywood Boulevard, minding my own business.
I can hardly believe that.
Well, I was walking along anyway. And who should I see a block or two away but the head of MGM's radio department, Louis K. Sidney.
Yeah, go on.
Of course, I had no intention of forcing myself onto your program, but after I caught up with Mr. Sidney, we passed the time of day. One thing led to another, and I saw where the conversation was going. So I came right out and I said, LK, I always called him that, LK, would you like me on the Maxwell House program Thursday?
Oh, you said that, huh?
Well, what else could I say? I didn't want to embarrass him. Of course, he was tickled to death.
He was, huh? What did he say?
Well, he was very enthusiastic. He said, Jack, why don't you give me a ring in a few weeks and we'll talk about it.
Yeah? Well?
Well, I forgot to call him, that's all. I had to come down. I couldn't let the fella down, you know.
Well, it's plain to see, Jack, you wished yourself on the program, and I know, because Mr. Sidney told me he didn't want you.
Oh, he did, eh? The big gossip.
Hey, you don't know what you're talking about, and I'm getting tired.
Well, why don't you do what millions of others are doing? Refresh yourself with a cup of Maxwell House.
Bob, do I understand that this gentleman has nothing to do with the show at all?
Absolutely nothing.
Well, he's been giving orders like a second lieutenant. He's had me waiting for 10 minutes, I'd say.
What's the idea, Benny? Keeping Maureen O'Sullivan out there cooling her heels.
O'Sullivan heels. That's a pip. Now, that's what you need on this program. Oh, that's dynamite.
That's not funny, Jack.
Bob, he's got Jack Conway standing around there, too.
Mr. Benny, how much longer do I have to wait? Just a minute, Mr. Conway.
Jack Conway. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the man who directed us in MGM's new picture, A Yank at Oxford. Jack, Maureen, I'm terribly sorry if you've come here under a misapprehension.
Oh, I don't mind, Bob. As a matter of fact, this is probably the best chance I'll ever have to pay a tribute to a man I've admired for a long time. He's one of the nicest people and the best directors in all entertainment world. Take a bow, Jack.
Well, thanks, Maureen. I really...
Sit down, Benny. She means Jack Conway.
Well, you've got to admit it was a natural mistake. 2 Jakes here. By the way, Mr. Conway, if I may make a suggestion, I don't want to butt in or anything, but if I had anything to do with directing that picture, I would certainly have gone to England for the locale.
Hey, what's the matter with you? We were in England for 3 months.
Well, then you should have made the picture while you were there.
We did.
Well, then I'm right. You see, Bob, how I'm helping your program? I don't know what you fellas want.
Well, I don't know what you want, Bob, but I'd like to have everybody know how proud I am of the Yank at Oxford. I think you, Maureen, and Lionel Barrymore gave wonderful performances. In fact, I'm proud and grateful to everyone in the cast, especially those fine English players who helped us so much. It was a pleasure to work with all of you. The Yank at Oxford is the first picture to come from MGM's new studio in England, and I'm happy that I was the director chosen to make it. Okay. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Jack. There's nothing I can add to that. Thanks for coming up here, and thank you, too, Maureen. Jack! Jack, please go away, will you? Will you?
Oh, you're afraid you can't follow us, huh?
Play something, will you, Meredith? That was Meredith Wilson and his orchestra playing Canti. We now present a drama especially written for this program by Dory Sherry entitled Epilogue to Love. The girl is played by Maureen O'Sullivan. Curtain, please, Ted.
So much has been written about love that sometimes we make the mistake of regarding it as a commonplace thing. Yet every day, love still inspires men and women to do noble and ignoble things, and they are reborn or destroyed. Now, Epilogue to Love. The scene is a hallway leading to a large room. 2 men are walking to the room.
When we get to a room, I'll leave you alone. It'll be easier for you to talk.
All right, John. I don't know what to say to her.
Oh, you find the words. You see, Jim, she's so terribly depressed that I've taken this chance to get you here. It might save her. She has years of life ahead of her, if she wants it.
Is she badly hurt?
She's blind, Jim.
Blind?
Yes. That's why she doesn't want to live. But you can help her. You loved each other once. After you left, I think she married me on the rebound. Never has really loved me like I love her. If you can bring her back, I'll do the rest.
I'll try, John.
I know you will. Here we are. Mary,
Yes, John?
you have a visit? It's Jim Thomas.
Jim.
Hello, Mary. I'll wait outside, Jim.
Jim. Say that again. Say, hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary.
Jim, darling.
You're as lovely as ever. Your hair is golden.
Jim, what awful thing took us apart?
Mary, let's talk of other things.
Yes. Other things, brighter things, perhaps, like... Oh, Jim, I can't see you. Do you know that I can't see you?
Let's not talk of that either.
When did you get back?
About 2 weeks ago.
I heard about you having been in that mine explosion. I was so frightened for you.
It was just a big scare. 2 scratches and a lost hat.
I was such a fool, Jim. I should have gone with you anywhere you said.
The part of the world I've been in is a man's world. Your life is here.
Life with no eyes. Oh, Jim, you don't know how terrible it is to be blind. To miss all the things that you take for granted. The early sun. The grey dusk. The light and shadows on a wall of books. The glistening of a window pane after a morning rain. The blue...
Here, you mustn't. You need every bit of courage, every bit of sanity.
But you don't know. There you are, darling, looking at me. Seeing the colors in the room. Perhaps the sun is streaming in. I can't see you or the sun. Nothing. It's a world of black.
Mary, dear, listen. You'll find compensation. I believe that people do. All the nastiness, all the ugliness in life is away from you. You'll discover a part of your mind and soul that you never knew. You still can read, hear, smell, feel all the beauty in the world.
You say that, Jim, because you don't know. What beauty can there be with no light, no color?
There are many people there without sight who have found a beauty beyond the knowing of people who can see. A greater beauty of companionship. The beauty of self-sufficiency. And they can read and enjoy the same things with their fingers that they could with their eyes. They can hear and enjoy the same music. And over the air, they can hear the same things that make other people laugh and cry and thrill.
This part of my life that was you is gone. Gone forever.
That was long ago. And it isn't much of a life running to the four corners of the globe. Even now, I'm planning to go away again, this time to the desert. Some more interesting bones to pick and place in the history of man.
What's going to become of John and me? He knows how I feel about you. Our love is a ghost that comes back to haunt him.
He adores you, Mary. He'll give you everything he can. You've got to live for him. And for your son.
Oh, did you see my boy?
Sitting downstairs. Fine-looking kid. Your hair and coloring, but his daddy's physique.
He's going to be a doctor, he says. This morning he told me he's going to study hard. And someday he's going to fix his mommy's eyes.
You'll get a lot from him, Mary. That's a love most people would envy.
Strange to think that someone could envy a blind person anything.
I'm sure they do. I knew a man once who saw his son fall off a cliff to a crushing, horrible kind of death. He wanted to tear his eyes out. He'd have done anything to wipe that vision from his mind.
You always were a practical soul, Jim. You could convince me of anything. Even now, for the first time in months, I'm beginning to feel alive again. I even smell the flowers in the room. What kind are they?
Ugly-looking blossoms. You see, you're getting a beauty I can't enjoy. I can't enjoy the scent nearly as much as you do because I see what they really are.
Oh, they're probably gorgeous red roses.
They are not.
Oh, Jim.
Mary, I'll have to be getting along now. I'll come back soon. But promise me, no more nonsense about yourself. You're going to get on, get well. You've got to.
Jim, darling, once I thought you'd taken everything from me. But today, coming here, you've given it all back. I'm so grateful.
I'm going to remember you as you are right now. Your face full of new hope. The sun glistening on your hair. Please, Mary, keep that way.
I promise.
Goodbye, Mary.
Goodbye, Jim. That's odd, isn't it, Jim? We opened a chapter today with you so simply saying, "Hello, Mary." And now it's closed with a simple, "Goodbye, Mary."
I hope it's a new chapter for you. Goodbye, Mary. God bless you, Jim. You've done it. Tell me, was the sun streaming on her hair? It was. Good guess. Remember your promise, John. She must never know that explosion left me blind. She never will, Jim.
Acting strangely, it feels rather sore. At least it gives me that impression. My pulse is beating madly without any cause. Believe me, I'm turning ill slowly. I'm gay without cause and sad without cause. My spirits are truly unruly. Oh, I'm falling with someone again. I'm falling in love with someone.
Friends, that was Alan Jones who just sang Victor Herbert's Falling in Love with Someone. And now I want to take long enough to explain again just why it is when you make drip coffee, you need a special grind of coffee to fit that particular method of coffee making. Now, I'm going to do it by means of a little quiz. Now, when you make coffee by the percolator or boiled method, the water is in pretty constant contact with the coffee, isn't it?
Yes, in a percolator or coffee pot, the water is in contact with the coffee constantly. Not once, but many times.
Right. So there's plenty of time for the water to extract all the flavor of the coffee. But now, when you use the drip method, with drip pot or glass coffee maker.
Well, when you make coffee correctly in a drip pot or glass coffee maker, the water passes through the coffee only once.
Right again. Do you realize what that means?
Well, I should say the coffee used in the drip method must therefore be ground finer, so that all the flavor and goodness of the coffee is extracted quickly.
Exactly. And for that reason, because we know that the same grind cannot be expected to give the best cup of coffee by coffee-making methods so different in principle, we offer Maxwell House in a separate grind that is always just right for each method. The regular grind Maxwell House for percolator or boiled coffee, the special drip grind for glass coffee maker or drip pot. Yes, that's one of the secrets of making better coffee every time. Buy the right grind of Maxwell House for your particular method of coffee making. Then you'll be sure to make coffee that's rich and mellow, full-bodied, unvarying in flavor, coffee that's always good to the last drop. And don't forget, you can now buy Maxwell House coffee everywhere, packed not only in the 1-pound can, but in 2-pound cans as well. You'll find increased convenience and added economy in buying the 2-pound can.
And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Say, Bob.
Yes, what is it, Meredith?
You won't have to worry about Jack Benny anymore. I got rid of him, but good.
You did? But how?
Well, he wanted to meet Myrna Loy, so I sent him over to the little dressing room in the corner of stage 30.
But that's Fanny Bryce's dressing room.
You're telling me.
I saw you last night, and I'm in the mood, fellow. Oh, Mozette.
Yes, Miss Bryce?
Tonight I'm expecting nobody. I'm strictly relaxing. One must rest the bones, ain't it? Quick, Mozette, the door. Ask the name first. If it's a man, ask the name later.
Oh, Miss Loy. Oh, Myrna.
Well, blow me down and shiver my timbers if it ain't Jack Benny.
Well, either I'm in the wrong dressing room or Miss Loy has been seeing too much of Schlepperman. Pardon me, I thought this was Myrna Loy's dressing room.
But what she got that I ain't got?
Well, she...
Don't tell me. Won't you sit down, I hope?
Look, I'll be back later. I must see Myrna Loy before she gets away. I want her for my leading lady in my next picture. I imagine she'll be quite thrilled.
Why not? I saw you in your last picture, artist and model, and now you are Casanova. Vive la France!
Well, yeah, I thought I was at my best in that picture.
Was that your best?
Well, I might have sliced a little.
A little tight.
Well, look, yes, thank you. But look at Bob Taylor. Look. Bob Taylor gave me a couple of pointers last Sunday, which didn't hurt any.
Now you're talking my language. You know, Mr. Benny, it's a very peculiar thing, but you appeal to me. I've got here a scene for my next picture. Would you mind running over with me a few lines?
No, look, later, not now.
All right.
Well, I'll tell you what, wait a minute. Or after all, that's what I'm here for, to help everybody. Jack Pollyanna Benny.
Yeah.
Besides, the practice will do me good.
Wouldn't hurt me neither. Now, in this scene, you play the part of D'Artagnan, one of the 3 Musketeers. You know, old Caron and 3 for 5.
Well, I like that, I think. That'll be... What part do you play?
I am your sweetheart, a ravishing, beautiful queen of Italy.
You look more like Dolores Del Schmutz.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're very comical.
Now, look.
You're sweetly tender. Go on, Kitty.
Now, look, Schlep. Or Fanny, look. D'Artagnan's queen was the Queen of France.
France, Italy. What's the difference so long as she's a citizen? Go ahead, read the first line.
The first line.
Yeah.
Right from here. Just the way it's written.
Yeah, that's good.
I can't read backwards very well. I can't. Well, you know what Alan said once?
What?
Anything we make up will be funnier than this.
You're telling me.
All right, right from this line. Huh?
Yeah, go on.
Okay.
Go on.
My queen. My queen. Come fly with me.
Come fly with you. I'm of royal blood, not pigeon.
Do not say that! Remember, you loved me when I won the Battle of Orange.
Now you got 5 to go.
5 to go?
Yes. Sure.
Strawberry. Oh, yes. See, Don Wilson will love you for that.
You think so?
Yeah.
And now comes the big love scene. You crush me in your arms like a little pushy willow. And then, come on, take me in your arms. Mary does it. It's okay.
Huh?
Mary's not listening.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Look, first you put your arms around me. One arm, like this.
If Fred Allen is listening, I'll die.
Then you put the other arm around me like this.
Like this?
Like that. Now you're holding me close. Closer. I can still breathe. Now look me in the eye.
Which one?
It's a good one. This is no time for technicalities. Now you got your two arms around me.
Well, what do I do next?
Send for Phil Harris.
A fine thing. I'm going to look for Myrna Law.
And now we come to the MGM Concert Hall. Meredith, what have we for the concert hall tonight? Or has Jack Benny canceled it altogether?
No, Bob. He decided to let it stand approximately as we had it. We're continuing with famous melodies that everyone knows and loves. And tonight's selection is Fosselli's Serenade.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week we'll have another nice program, as Jack Benny calls it.
Yes, if you'll just follow my instructions.
Quiet, Jack. As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear Louise Reiner, Warren William, Melvin Douglas, Virginia Bruce, Connie Boswell, Douglas McPhail, plus the Good News regulars, Frank Morgan and Fanny Bryce. Your ticket of admission is just your loyalty to Maxwell House Coffee. So be sure you'll listen in again next Thursday. And in the meantime, go to the movies and enjoy yourself. Well, Jack, it was grand having you here. Really our privilege.
Well, I hope I've helped you.
Yes, I think it was smart of us to ignore you, don't you?
That was the last insult on the 16th program of the Good News of 1938 series. And I will be back on my own program next Sunday where I'm loved. Good night, Bob. Good night, folks. The last time I'll ever come over to help anybody, believe me.
Always and Always is from the Joan Crawford Spencer Tracy picture Mannequin. Thanks for the Memory is from the big broadcast of 1938. This is Ted Pearson saying good night and good luck for the makers of Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. There's a contagious disease spreading around the college these days, and you don't have to be a doctor to recognize the symptoms. The wandering eye, the listless manner, and the unwonted eagerness and rejoicing with which the dismissal bell is greeted. All these are the signs of spring fever. And no one at Ivy seems to have escaped the affliction, least of all Dr. William Towlander Hall, the president, and his wife Victoria, who are taking an afternoon stroll through the campus.
Vicky, if I'm called upon to justify my absence from presidential duties this afternoon, I hope I can do so with dignity and logic.
Oh, go on. I guess even the college president can play hockey now and then if he wants to.
Hooky, my love. The word is hooky. Hockey is a sport usually played on ice.
Oh. Ever play it?
Hooky?
No, hockey.
Oh, yes. In my junior and senior years here at Ivy, I played goalie.
Same time as you played hockey? Ma, you were busy, weren't you?
No. A goalie is a hockey player. He guards the goal, which is a sort of a cage on a steel frame. One year, we took our paraphernalia over to Newcastle College because they were short of equipment. The papers made quite a to-do about our carrying goals to Newcastle.
Oh, yeah, Newcastle. Yeah, I like this story. Well, if you're caught, I'll tell them you were running a few degrees of spring fever and had to get some fresh air.
Yes, in these vernal seasons of the year, as John Milton said, when the air is calm and pleasant, it were an injury and sullenness against nature not to go out and see her riches and partake in her rejoicing.
I somehow can't think of Milton rejoicing. I just think of him as a melancholy fellow who lost his paradise.
But he regained it, you remember. I think his publishers demanded a cheerful sequel.
No, I think maybe 20th Century Fox made him an offer if he'd fixed it up with a box office ending.
In that case, it would have been 17th Century Fox.
Oh, yes.
But why are you staring at Emerson Hall, Vicky? And not that I hold any brief for it as an academic Taj Mahal.
Yes, but I always wanted to ask you, what's that odd little balcony above the entrance for?
Well, that, my love, is known as Applegate's Folly. It was originally designed by Applegate as a niche to hold a statue. But a great controversy arose as to whose statue. Partisans fought for such favorites as Socrates, Copernicus, Elbert Hubbard, and Ulysses S. Grant.
Who won, Stonewall Jackson?
No, a compromise was finally achieved in the person of Wilbur Bessemer, the then president of Ivy, and literally a stout fellow. But then it was discovered that the niche was too narrow. Either Bessemer would have to go on a drastic diet, or they would have to settle for someone tall and lean, like Abraham Lincoln. But since Lincoln was already mounted in the foyer of Emerson Hall, the plan was abandoned.
Yeah, I know I'm going to regret this, but why didn't somebody think of putting Emerson in Emerson Hall?
Oh, they did. Oh, yes. But Emerson's statue had already been installed in Hawthorne Hall. No, don't ask me why. No, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that I understand completely. Now, my Aunt Edith always kept the pepper in the salt cellar.
Yes, well, that's a parallel case.
Yes. Let's cut across here, darling, and go home by way of the horticultural building. Oh, it smells so good over there. Maybe I can beg a handful of jonquils for the living room.
Splendid idea, Vicky. A little floral decoration.
Hello, Miss Hall. Hiya,
Oh,
Doc.
hello, Grogan.
Pull over to the curb and shut your motor off a minute, will you?
Why, of course, Grogan. Have we violated some pedestrian regulation?
Nothing personal, Doc, but if I was to let you go through here, cutting across the flower beds, every knucklehead in this blame factory of yours would have been tramping all over the place in their size 12s. And it ain't fair to Newts and the gardener.
Well, I'm sorry, Grogan. It was my idea, and I didn't know anything was planted here.
Nobody ever knows anything is planted here because nothing ever comes up. Anything Newts and grows here is strictly for the birds.
Did it ever occur to anybody to put up a sign saying keep off or something, or am I oversimplifying?
Oh, you ain't oversimplifying, ma'am. You're underestimating.
Underestimating what, Grogan?
Well, the talent these kids around here got for larceny. I'll put up a dozen signs. Every time I turn my back, somebody swipes it. If a sign stays up for 3 months, nobody wants it. But a fresh painted sign, with the varnish not hardly dry yet, this is a prize. They gotta steal it. What's the psychology of it, Doc?
Oh, it's a psychotic reversion, Grogan. Definitely related to the Oedipus and Electra complexes.
No.
Yes, with overtones of frustration. Stemming, undoubtedly, from a traumatic experience in the cortex or medulla oblongata.
Ain't it the truth?
The undergraduate compulsion to acquire public notices is an inverted form of exhibitionism, underscored by a neurotic disturbance in the realm of the anxiety syndrome.
Ooh, what spring does to him.
It's an aberration, commented on and documented copiously by the Viennese psychologist Van Schmickelberg in his monumental Auf Niebenhauer Hauser Blickenspiel, and supplemented later by Dipfelmeier, as set forth in his 12-volume Schlagenpuff unter den Linden mit Pfeffernussen in der Kringelsturm.
It's amazing, Doc, the way you and me think along the same line.
I'm sure he'd like to lend you von Schmickelberg's book any time you want to read it. What was the name of it again, dear?
You mean the Kriegswasser nicht verstören in der Aufgeschmacher?
No. I mean that Spanner, der Dudelsack Pfeifer.
There's so many of them.
Yes.
Well, Grogan, I'm sorry we violated the regulation.
That's okay, Doc. I spent half my life keeping people from taking the shortcut, and the other half looking for stolen signs, the brass ball off the flagpole, the skeletons out of the medical building. I find them, read them the riot act, growl at them, and say, listen, chums, no more, see? And what happens? They pat me on the back and say, good old Grogan, the student's friend.
And you know they mean it, Grogan.
Well, before it goes to my head and I start pinning medals on myself, I got to go track down 25 missing Somalians.
$25?
Yeah, and it's a mess, Doc. Some gal loses $25 from one of the dormitories, so I got to right away start making like Scotland Yard, with a dean of women breathing down my neck like a police commissioner.
Well, if this is true, Grogan, it's a serious charge.
Oh, don't I know it? And the trouble is, every time I look at these nice kids, I can't believe one of them might be a crook. They can steal my good signs, and I don't worry. But when money turns up missing, that ain't a good sign. That's a bad one.
Darling, it's nearly 5. Aren't you about through for the day?
One more appointment, Vicky. Dean Huxley called, and she's sending one of her young charges over to see me.
Oh, dear. Some co-ed out late again without a pass, I suppose.
No, this is one of our most exemplary students, Eleanor Joyce.
Eleanor? Oh, she's one of the bright and busy ones. I don't know how she finds the time. She's on half the student committees this year.
Yes, but why does she want to resign from the most important of all of them, the Student Judiciary Council?
Yeah? Maybe she flipped her lid.
Flipped her lid.
It's a slang expression.
I know, dear, but it was not originally a slang expression. No, it derives from From our American Revolution.
Really?
A soldier from a New Hampshire regiment named Philip Lyd. Philip O. Lyd, to be exact. He was in the habit of going all to pieces at the first rattle of musketry. So, doing a Philip O. Lyd soon became a New England expression. And by 1800 had become corrupted to flip the lid.
William.
Yes, dear?
Was the case of Philip O. Lyd covered in von Schmickelberg's book?
Victoria, my love, you are becoming much too perceptive.
Yes,
I can see. I shall have
that
to...
must be Eleanor, Tolly. As von Schmickelberg would say, ich will der Dog getten.
Hello, Mrs. Hall.
Well, good afternoon, Eleanor. Come in. Dr. Hall's waiting for you.
Thank you. I rushed over as soon as I got out of class. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Miss Joyce. Won't you sit down?
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Well, Dean Huxley sent me over, but of course you know that. I suppose she's told you that I want to resign from the Judiciary Council.
Yes, she has. Naturally, I'm surprised and disappointed.
And you might as well face it, Eleanor. Dr. Hall's going to try his best to change your mind, and I don't think you've got a chance.
Well, Miss Joyce, I know you're serving on several student committees, but I'd like to suggest that if you must drop one, it should not be the Student Judiciary Council.
But, Dr. Hall, you see, I don't feel that I'm any longer qualified to serve on it.
Well, being on a judiciary council makes you a kind of judge, Eleanor, but do you think you should be the judge of the judge, since you are the judge?
Oh, but I'm just one of three, Mrs. Hall. I certainly can be replaced easily enough, and besides, it's such a big responsibility.
Oh, I know it is, Eleanor, but responsibilities mustn't be shirked because of their size. In physics, we are taught that there is no action without a reaction. By extension, there is no privilege without an attendant responsibility. Yours is the privilege of possessing brains and judgment and the high regard of your fellow students. Your obligation is to use these possessions wisely and for the common good.
But, Eleanor, you must have had a good reason for wanting to resign.
You see, Mrs. Hall, the next case that's coming up before the council concerns a girl who's been accused of taking money from another girl's room.
Oh, yes, I did hear that some money had been reported missing, but I was hoping it was just a loss and not a theft. However, it seems to me that this is exactly the kind of instance where you can most properly fulfill your function as a student judge.
But, Dr. Hall, Judy, the girl they've accused, is my roommate, one of my very best friends.
Oh, dear. Well, I can see where that would make it embarrassing for both of you.
Yes, it also makes it a great deal more important that you should remain on the council. Your withdrawal now could be taken as an assumption by you of her guilt.
Eleanor, do you really think Judy took the money?
I don't know what to think, Mrs. Hall. Well, everybody knows that Judy was the only one in the dormitory Sunday afternoon, and I know she couldn't have taken it, but, well, Judy's always broke, and then Monday morning, right out of the blue, she paid me back $15 she's owed me for several weeks. When I asked her where she got it, she got angry and said it was none of my business.
Well, surely you wouldn't convict her on that kind of flimsy evidence, would you?
Well, no, of course not. But when I tried to ask her for some explanation because I wanted to help her, she got so mad that now I'm positive she thinks that I believe she's guilty. And, well, I just can't face her.
Well, Eleanor, however personally distressing this may be for you, I don't think you should evade your responsibility. And you might remember two of Sir Matthew Hale's rules for judicial conduct. That you be wholly intent upon the business you are about, remitting all other cares and thoughts as unseasonable. And that you suffer not yourself to be prepossessed with any judgment at all until the whole business be heard.
Voice of America is bringing you this presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colton.
And now to return to the Halls of Ivy. It's the following morning, and Victoria Hall is reading the newspaper while Dr. Hall, after many interruptions, is trying to concentrate on a long and complicated financial report.
Now, let me see. Installing sump pump in basement of Wellman Hall.
Installing a what, Toddy?
A sump pump. And for $1,450. It's outrageous. I think, not knowing exactly how much one should pay for a sump pump.
Well, maybe some sump pumps come to a bigger sum than other sump pumps. Well, incidentally, what exactly is a sump pump? Yeah, and please don't refer me to that Viennese authority von Schmickelberg. No.
A sump pump, my love, is a pump installed in a sump. A sump is a pit or reservoir. Now, if I can have a moment's quiet, it seems to me that $1,450.
Oh, I'm so
what
sorry.
happened?
I'm sorry. I thought I'd take the receiver off the hook so the phone wouldn't ring and disturb you while you were working, and I dropped the telephone.
Oh, well, thank you just the same. Now, let me see. For $1,450 for installing the sump. Well, what's that?
Oh, it's just the vacuum cleaner, dear. I'll get Louisa to turn it right on.
Oh, it's inevitable. Louisa has an infallible sense of timing. Whenever I have work requiring concentration, this and no other is the time for vacuum cleaning. I know that some people would enshrine the man who invented the vacuum cleaner among the immortals. But I, who ask only for one little moment of cloistered quiet...
Well, darling, Louisa must have heard you. She's turned it off.
When you think that for the sake of a speck or two of dust, you endanger the delicate tissues of our neural system, and when you consider that $1,450 for the sump pump plus $648.
Yeah, well, it's all right, Louisa. I'll answer the door.
$1,456. No. Oh, no. I've been looking at the wrong figure.
I'm over here, darling.
Yes, I see. Oh, I see. I don't add the $1,450. That's included. Oh, dear. Come in, Louisa.
Excuse me, Dr. Hall. The mayor's here. Mrs. Hall, I put it in the icebox. Yeah, well, thank you so much, Louisa. It's very thoughtful of you, and I'm glad you told me. I know you don't like me to, Dr. Hall, but it was turning green. But what can you expect when you've had it since Christmas?
Well, if I've had it since Christmas, Louisa, you might just as well throw it out. It's even too late to reply by telegram.
That's the funniest thing I ever heard, Dr. Hall. They say that sometimes when cheese gets old, it smells so strong it can walk away by itself. But I never knew it could walk as far as the telegraph office. Oh, it's the cheese you put in the icebox, not the mail. That's what I said, Mrs. Hall. Oh. Now, what did I do with the mail? Well, what's that peeping out of your apron pocket? Oh, my. Here you are, Dr. Hall. Here's the mail.
Thank you, Louisa.
And, Mrs. Hall, I'll just have to sweep today. Well, got my work to do. Must have been a hairpin.
Now, how does a hairpin make a cheese turn green?
Yeah, well, it's a good question, and I have a silly answer. The hairpin was caught in the vacuum cleaner, darling, and that's why it stopped so suddenly.
Oh, hairpins. Yes, I must remember that. In the future, when I want quiet, I shall tiptoe out and silently strew hairpins all around.
Yes. Just as silent to pay the repair bills, I'm sure. Any mail for me?
Vicky, look at this. $25.
Oh, Toddy, you won something. Have you been sending in box tops again? Huh? Trying to win a little dandy space patrol disintegrator with a built-in rocket signal?
Listen to the note with it. I'm sorry I caused such trouble. Judy Buckley didn't steal the money. I did. I just wanted to borrow it. But since there's been so much fuss, I'm returning it. I hope this clears up everything without any further trouble for her. Naturally, it's unsigned.
Well, good for Miss Unsigned. That gets Eleanor out of her dilemma.
Yes, but it poses a dilemma for me. What about Miss Anonymous? Since she's returned the money, am I just to accept her explanation? Or am I to try and find out her identity? I think I'd better call Dean Huxley about this right away.
Yes, and Eleanor, too. She'll be delighted. But, darling, first of all, you'd better get in touch with Grogan and tell him to call off his bloodhound.
Yes.
Hiya, cutie.
Just wipe your shoes on the matting, Mr. Grogan, and don't call me cutie.
Okay, lammy pie.
Wipe your feet good. Got enough mud on them to plant petunias in.
What's home?
Last time you was here, you tracked up the whole living room.
Oh, come on, give us a smile. Leave us see your dimples.
There are footmarks all over Dr. Hall's study, too.
Oh, I like to leave little reminders of myself around, sweetie puss.
Oh, Mr. Grogan, come in.
How are you, Miss Hall?
Dr. Hall's in the study. He's expecting you.
Oh, good, good.
Mrs. Hall, it came back, and I hung it in the basement. And such big feet, too.
Well, I see it, I hear it, and I'll never believe it. What a thing. She talks like a warped Ouija board.
And before we start speculating about whose feet are hanging in the basement, let's go. Toddy, Officer Grogan's here.
Hello, Grogan. Come in, come in.
Hi, Doc. Got the message. You wanted to see me.
That's right. I'd like to turn over the missing $25 to you.
What missing $25?
Well, you know, the money you were looking for in the dormitory.
Yes, it was returned to me with an unsigned letter.
Now, wait a minute. Leave us not go our separate ways together. You want to give me $25, I'll take it. But this ain't the $25 that was missing from the dormitory.
Why? What makes you so sure it isn't?
On account of I found that $25 myself early this a.m. That's Grogan. While the world sleeps, he's out solving crime.
But how could you have found the stolen money? It was returned to Dr. Hall in this morning's mail.
That money wasn't stolen. It was just mislaid. Look, in what I've learned, seems like 100 years working with these kids. What I've learned, when something is lost, it probably ain't. So I figures money is paper. Where do kids put papers? In books, comes my quick reply. So I says to this doll, go through all your books, mouse mind. And she does. And there it was in her trigonometry.
It doesn't really make much sense. You find the $25 in a book.
And I receive, ostensibly, the same $25 in the morning mail.
Well, it ain't often I get two solutions to the same crime, Doc. But it looks like you're $25 ahead. You could stick it in your pocket and forget it. But you got a conscience. The most expensive organ in the human body. So, what do? Go pinch somebody for sending you 25 clams?
No, it won't be necessary, Grogan. The case is closed, thanks to your experience and ingenuity. And since I now know who sent me this money, I must get busy and return it.
But, Toddy, who? Oh.
Shh, my love, this is hush money, and hush money doesn't talk. I sent for you, Eleanor, because I knew you'd be glad to hear that your friend Judy's innocence has been completely established.
Oh, it has? Well, that's wonderful, Dr. Hall.
Yes, Officer Grogan was just here and told us the good news.
Officer Grogan? But what did he have?
He found the money this morning.
The girl had tucked it away in a book and then forgotten all about it.
Found the money in a book? But that's not...
Yes, it wasn't stolen at all, Eleanor.
Oh, then... Oh, Dr. Hall, but I... Oh, dear.
I also wanted to see you because I have something to return to you. Something I received in the mail this morning. $25. It's yours, isn't it, Eleanor?
Yes, it is, Dr. Hall. I was very stupid, wasn't I?
Oh, I would rather call it a little impulsive and premature, Eleanor. You didn't give your friend Judy a chance.
No wonder she was furious with me. I don't blame her. I'm furious with myself.
Well, fortunately, Eleanor, nobody is guilty and nobody has to stand trial. You weren't aware of it, but you were compounding a felony that never existed. Even if you had shifted the finger of accusation from your friend, suspicion would still have remained very much alive in your own mind. And if Mr. Grogan hadn't solved the mystery, you would have left everybody wondering who took some money that was never stolen.
It seems a shame, doesn't it, darling, that such a nice girl as Eleanor could make such a mistake in judgment with the best of intentions.
Well, Vicky, as Oscar Wilde observed, whenever a man does a thoroughly stupid thing, it is always from the noblest motives.
You were very gentle in handling her, Toddy. And now, while you're enjoying the satisfaction you so richly deserve for the solution of this case, I've got a mystery of my own to solve.
And what is that, my love?
I've got to go and find out whose feet Louisa hung in the basement. And I hope it's von Schickelberg's.
We'll be seeing you next week at this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
That surround us here today.
Doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
What makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing that fine old Come On Ye, the same old shillelagh.
Sure, and 50 years ago, me father left O'Leary shore. He landed here, shillelagh in hand, and divil a penny more. He got a job and then a wife and raised a family. And when he died, he left his old shillelagh stick to me. Sure, it was same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland. And divil a one was prouder than he as he walked with it in his hand. He led the parade on Paddy's Day and twirled it round his mitt. And divil a one would monkey with it or me dad would have a fit. With the same old shillelagh me father could lick a dozen men. As fast as they got up, begorra, he'd knock 'em down again. And many's the time he used it on me for to make me understand. The same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland. I'm going on the police force, it's the only thing to do. Instead of having one night sick, begorry, I'll have 2. And if I get into a fight, no one will bother me. But I'll have the old shillelagh stick me father left to me. Sure, it's the same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland. And divil a one was prouder than he as he walked with it in his hand. He led the parade on Paddy's Day and twirled it round his mitt. And divil a one was monkey with it or me dad would have a fit. Where the same old shillelagh me father could lick a dozen men. As fast as they got up, begorra, he'd knock 'em down again. And many's the time he used it on me for to make me understand. The same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder. For Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, there's great excitement this week in the adopted town of our young hero, Dennis Day, for this is the week of the annual Weaverville Hobby Show. As usual, his landlord and lady, the Andersons, have each worked on a project, but unfortunately only Herbert has produced an entry. His scale model of a ship has already been sent to the display, but alas, Mrs. Anderson's carefully nurtured box petunia has failed to produce so much as a bud. She's inconsolable as she gazes at it.
Oh, my poor flower. My poor dear flower.
Oh, now, there, little cuddle girl.
It wasn't your fault, Mother. It was just bad luck.
Not even a bud. And I've tried so hard to help the poor thing grow. I even took the heater out of Dennis's room and stood it next to it all winter.
Well, now, don't you feel unhappy about the hobby show, lover. I've entered my model ship in your name as well as mine.
Oh, Herbert, did you really?
Yes. And what's more, I've named it after you. The Poopsie.
The what?
It's written right across the Poopsie deck.
Herbert, I don't care for that sort of humor.
Sorry, my dear. I can't think what came over me.
What's more, I don't want that name bandied about in public. You will change the name of your boat to the Clara.
Yes, my rapture.
Morning, everyone.
Oh, hi, Dennis.
Hello.
Good morning, my son.
Gee, Mrs. Anderson, I didn't sleep a wink last night when I heard about your poor little Petunia. Mr. Anderson broke the news to me just as I was putting on my overcoat to go to bed.
Yes, and I promised everyone in town a big surprise, too. Every year, something terrible happens to me at hobby show time.
Yeah, last year you sent over that fancy cake you'd baked, and they entered it in the millinery exhibit by mistake.
Well, it didn't do badly, though, Poopsie. It took second prize.
But I can't understand it. How could the judges think my cake was a lady's hat?
Maybe they tasted it.
Dennis.
Huh?
Today is St. Patrick's Day, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Why don't you take a nice walk down the street, whistling God Save the King? Come along, Herbert.
Oh, darn it, now she's mad at me again. Just when I wanted her to like me well enough to spare my life when she hears the news.
The news? What are you talking about?
Well, Mildred, a few weeks ago I did a foolish thing. I know that doesn't sound like me, but I did.
Oh, what?
Well, you know the baby picture contest Peak Magazine was running? $300 for first prize?
Oh, the cutest hot contest? Yes, what about it?
I entered a picture in it, and it won.
But, Dennis, that's wonderful.
But somehow I don't think so. You see, the picture I sent in was one of your mother when she was 3 years old.
My mother? Well, why did you do that?
I don't know. I ran across it in your family album, and it was so... Well, at that age, ferociousness is cute.
I still don't see why you're so upset. Suppose Mother's picture did win.
But you don't understand. The magazine is sending a photographer here to take more pictures of the winner.
Oh.
He'll probably be a little surprised when he sees your mother.
Oh, my gosh, of course he will.
And even if he weren't, I doubt if she'd pose on a white fur rug in the condition he expects.
Gets out, she'll be laughed out of town.
Yeah, and I was counting on that prize money to get me in good with her.
Dennis, there might be a way to save it yet. What we need is a baby.
Mildred, he's coming this afternoon. Even if we got married right this minute, there wouldn't be...
Now, let's see. Who do we know who has a baby?
Well, the fellow who delivers my laundry has one, and he... No, his baby might not do.
Well, why not? Who is he? What's his name?
Hip Sing Lung Fu.
I'm afraid you're right. Say, wait. How about Mrs. Rogers? She has a baby, and she's always looking for a place for it while she's at work.
Oh, but Mrs. Rogers' kid is only a year old. Your mother was 3 when that picture was taken.
Well, we can make him look older.
Him? When it comes time to explain that one, you take over.
Dennis, stop being silly. Now, look, you go over to Mrs. Rogers' house and tell her you've just opened a nursery for the babies of working mothers. Tell her on it.
I'll try.
Tell her.
Well, okay, I just hope this works.
Of course it will. What are you doing there?
Putting my ring on the third finger of my left hand. If I'm going to be a mother, I want to look right.
Yes?
How do you do, Mrs. Rogers? I'm Mr. Day of the Day Nursery.
The Day Nursery?
We take complete charge of your baby all day while you work for only $1.
Only $1? Oh, well, that's very reasonable. Can you feed them properly for so little money?
Madam, our food is not only healthy, but there's plenty of it. Every one of your baby sandwiches will be on whole wheat bread and come with French fried potatoes.
French fried potatoes?
And what's more, your child will be taught proper table manners. He won't be handled the way some parents handle babies.
What do you mean?
Believe me, if he burps after his meals, he better excuse himself.
Mr. Day.
And that isn't all we do for the little tyke. He'll get a bath every single day. We hand him some soap and a towel and throw him into the bathtub. And when I come back into that bathroom, he better be clean.
You mean you put babies into a bathtub and then leave them there all alone?
Oh, madam, some of the kids are of my opposite sex.
Oh, Mr. Day, you must be out of your mind. You've never been anywhere near a nursery in your whole life.
I said something that caused you to lose confidence in me?
Well, what do you think?
Yeah, I might have known. Well, I better tell you the truth, Mrs. Rogers. You see, Mildred Anderson and I thought...
Mildred Anderson? You mean Clara and Herbert's child?
Yeah.
Is she in this with you?
Yeah, you see, we thought...
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? I'd be glad to let Mildred take care of my baby.
Oh, yeah?
Of course, she's a wonderful girl and very reliable. But don't you go near him or the deal's off, you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I like my baby the way he is. Now, you stay here and I'll go get him. And I'll give you some extras, too.
Extras?
Well, of course. Mildred's going to change him, isn't she?
How do you like that? And she just said she liked him the way he is.
We'll continue this day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing his RCA Victor recording of Clancy Lowered the Boom.
Clancy was the peaceful man, if you know what I mean. The cops picked up the pieces after Clancy left the scene. He never looked for trouble, that's a fact you can assume. But nevertheless, when trouble would press, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom, 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 boom. O'Leary was the fighting man, they all knew he was tough. He strutted round the neighborhood, shooting off his guff. He picked a fight with Clancy, then and there he sealed his doom. Before you could shout, O'Leary, look out! Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom, 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 boom. Now Clancy left the barber shop with tonic on his hair. He walked into the pool room and he met O'Reilly there. O'Reilly said, for goodness sake, now do I smell perfume? Before you could stack your cue in the rack, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom, 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 boom. Marooney walked into the bar and ordered up a round. He left his drink to telephone and Clancy drank it down. Marooney said, who drunk me drink, I lay him in his tomb. Before you could pat the top of your hat, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. No, he still doesn't look old enough, Mildred. Nowhere near 3.
Oh, I know.
Better give me a couple more locks of your hair to paste on his head.
Golly, Dennis, you'll have me bald.
Yeah, but just think, if this doesn't work, I'll be scalped.
All right. Here. And do try to paste it on evenly this time.
Okay. Steady, baby. Steady.
Darn it, there he goes again. You'll have to rock him in your arms like you did before.
Yeah. Nice, baby. Good baby. Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. Gee, it works every time, doesn't it?
Yes, but he still doesn't look as old as he should.
Well, do you think we should paint a mustache on him?
Don't be silly. But maybe if he had some eyebrows. Wait a minute. Here, try these over his eyes.
All right. Steady, baby. There.
Huh. How do you think he looks now?
Like John L. Lewis's kid.
Well, I just don't know what we're going to do. That photographer will be here any minute. I know he has a reservation at the hotel for early.
Front. Take Mr. Reiner's bags, boy. You going to be with us long, Mr. Reiner?
Just overnight. The Anderson baby over at 321 Elm Street won my magazine's cutest tot contest, and I'm here to get some more pictures.
Herb and Clara? Why, they got no baby.
No?
No.
Well, just take a look at this photograph.
Huh? Why, holy smoke. That is a baby. And it looks just like Pupsy, too. That same scowl, only with dimples.
You mean you didn't know they had a baby?
Why, nobody did. How do you like that? So that's the surprise she had for the town. Hey, Sam, Ed, Janie, Frank, Louise, come here. What do you know? The Andersons got a baby. A baby.
There he goes again, Dennis. Rock him quick.
Yeah, nice baby. Fine baby. Don't know what to call him, but he's mighty like a rose. Ah, he likes me. Hello, baby. Hello, Jimmy boy. Hey, see that?
Yes, but he's supposed to be a girl, Dennis, remember? You better get used to the idea.
Oh, yeah. Hello, baby. Hello, Clara, honey.
Oh, golly, now, look.
But we're only kidding, baby. You're really a big, fine, strong man. Sure.
Come on, we simply got to paste some more hair on him if we're going to convince that photographer he's free. Oh, my gosh, Dennis, there he is. Quick, get there before someone else can start talking to him.
Yeah. Yeah, well, oh, why, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, Dennis, I'm so excited I couldn't even get my key in the lock. Poopsie, dream lover.
Yes, Herbert.
Poopsie, I think we've won the model ship contest.
Your sailboat took first prize? But they weren't to announce it till Friday.
Yes, but the news must be out somehow. Everyone in town has been shaking my hand and congratulating me all day.
Oh, Herbert, that's wonderful.
Yes, several of the boys even asked me why I wasn't passing out cigars. Can you imagine?
Gee, that's swell, Mr. Anderson. We're all proud of you.
Oh, I should say we are. Come on, Herbert. We'll go down to the show right now.
Well, I'll get it.
Oh, wait, Mr. Anderson.
Well, hello, Mrs. Rogers.
Oh, Mr. Anderson, I just heard. Congratulations.
Why, thank you, Mrs. Rogers.
Yes. Well, I was coming over here anyway. Why, Mrs. Anderson. Well, you're up. You're out of bed already.
Mrs. Rogers, it's 2:30 in the afternoon.
Yes,
Come along, Herbert. We've got to get downtown.
But surely you're not going to go downtown this soon, Mrs. Anderson.
Why, of course we are. That's where they've got it on exhibition. See you later, Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers, is anything wrong? You're standing there with your mouth open.
Mrs. A, is it really on exhibition?
Why, sure, at the hobby show.
A hobby show?
Oh, sure, it's beautiful. Of course, we don't know yet whether it'll float.
Well, you're not going to try to find out, are you?
Oh, not until we're sure her seams are good and tight so she won't get waterlogged.
Mr. Day, you're not serious.
Huh? Of course I am. We don't even know yet if she'll sit up properly. She has a round bottom, you know.
Yes, but don't they all?
Oh. No, some are built like barges. Mrs. Rogers, are you sure there's nothing wrong? You're acting so funny about this.
Well, I just can't get over it, that's all. In the first place, it's such a shock to see Mrs. Anderson on her way downtown after something so strenuous.
Mrs. Anderson? Why, she had almost nothing to do with it. Mr. Anderson deserves most of the...
Mr. Anderson?
Oh, sure. Boy, is he proud. This is his first windjammer.
Well, I really didn't come over here to talk about that at all. I came over to get my baby.
Your baby?
Yes.
Oh, but Mrs. Rogers, you can't. The photographer... I mean, he's upstairs fast asleep. You shouldn't wake up a baby. He might not sleep while he's awake.
Well, yes, but I... What was that?
Me.
See? That was my baby, and you said he was fast asleep.
Oh, wait, Mrs. Rogers, don't go up there. Let us handle this, please.
It came from this room here, didn't it?
Mrs. Rogers, don't look at your little Jimmy. Oh, you look. Mildred, believe me, it couldn't possibly work.
But why not? Why couldn't you be the child?
Oh, no.
Yes. And I'll be your mother.
Mildred, you're 19 and I'm 22. Even in India, women don't have children that young.
We'll pretend you're a child, silly. You can talk in a little 3-year-old voice that'll fool him completely.
Yeah, but won't the rest of me make him a little suspicious?
He won't see you. He'll only hear you. We'll put you in a dark room and tell him there's something wrong with your eye.
Mildred, I know that...
Dennis, that must be him. Now, quick, lie down on the couch and cover yourself with that Afghan. I'll draw the curtain.
How do you do? I'm Milton Reiner of Peak Magazine.
Oh, yes. You came to take pictures of my little Clara. I'm sorry the room is so dark, but poor little Clara's eyes aren't right.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it.
Oh, you can talk to her, though. She's right here. Clara, honey, there's a man here to talk to you. Say hello to the man.
My name is Clara Anderson. I'm 2.5 years old, so there, too.
And you have something wrong with your eyes, Clara?
Yeah, too. I got bad eyes, so my mommy won't let me shoot pool or nothing.
Well, I didn't know little girls played pool.
I'm a tomboy.
Well, what seems to be the trouble, darling? Did you strain your little eyes somehow?
Yeah, too much reading.
Too much reading at your age?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened to your voice just then?
I guess it's changing.
At 3.5?
I'm a tomboy.
Reiner, I'm afraid that's all little Clara should...
Yoo-hoo, Mildred, we're home.
Oi.
What's going on in here? Why is it so dark? Well, who are you?
Oh, my name is Reiner, madam. I came to take some pictures of your granddaughter.
My granddaughter. What granddaughter?
She's absent-minded.
What?
Hello, Grandma.
Dennis, say, what are you up to? Get your head out from under that cover.
Why, it's a full-grown boy.
Not for long, I'm afraid. But I can explain, Mrs. Anderson. Honest, I can.
Don't bother.
Well, I'd like to know what's going on. Where's the Clara Anderson whose baby picture won first prize in our contest?
Clara Anderson? My picture won first prize? My baby picture? Oh! I can't really say I'm surprised. Where's the money?
Are you kidding? I got a good mind to sue you and this kid for fraud.
Fraud? Dennis Day.
Mrs. Anderson, wait. Get that gleam out of your eye. I'm too young to go like this. I'm just a boy, a child.
I'm only 2.5 years old.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Danny Boy. But first... grand news, wonderful news. Now Luster Cream Shampoo comes in tubes as well as jars. Yes, Luster Cream, the utterly new cream shampoo that gives you soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Try Luster Cream Shampoo. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, whichever you prefer, 49 and 25 cents. But whether you prefer the tube or the jar, you will prefer Luster Cream Shampoo. Be a dream girl, a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a Luster Cream shampoo. Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
No St. Patrick's Day would be complete without Dennis singing the lovely old Irish air, Danny Boy. Here it is now, sung as only Dennis Day can sing it.
Oh, Danny Boy, to Glen Mountainside, the summer's gone and all the roses falling. It's you must go, and I must bide. But come ye back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white will snow. I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh, Danny boy, I love you so. But when ye come and all the flowers are dying, if I am dead, as dead I well may be, you'll come and find the place where I am lying, and kneel and say an Ave there for me, and I shall hear the soft tread above me, and all my grave will warmer, sweeter be. For you will bend and tell me that you love me, and I shall sleep in peace until you
Thank you, and my thanks also to the Ancient Order of Hibernians for the honor they have bestowed upon me by presenting me with their annual award. Good night, everyone.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show, brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Friends, here's a chance to help the Girl Scouts and to help children everywhere, and you don't have to contribute a cent in cash. You can help by contributing either children's or adults' clothing or material, or by contributing a few hours a week sewing, sorting, and packing. Call your local Girl Scout troop tomorrow. Help them make warm friends of the world's shivering children. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Jill Walker, and the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga.
Well, tonight is certainly an important one in the life of our hero, Mel Blanc, for it marks the date that Mel and his girlfriend, Betty Colby, have been engaged for 4 years. Other young couples remember their dates, too, in Mel Blanc's little town, for in the Adams household we hear Susan Adams sing.
Henry, what are these lovely roses for?
Well, the first time we met, you wore roses in your hair.
And in the Davis household we hear Shirley Davis saying,
Roy, what is this beautiful orchid for?
Well, the first time we met, you wore an orchid on your dress.
And in Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop, where Mel and Betty have met, Betty is saying,
Mel, what are these pretty handkerchiefs for?
Don't you remember, Betty? The first time we met, I had a cold.
Betty was very happy that Mel remembered, but she got a much bigger thrill when Mel showed her...
Mel, a wedding ring.
Yours, Betty. Ain't it a beaut? 5 diamonds.
Oh, Mel, it's gorgeous.
Of course, you really can't tell just from this picture.
When am I going to get it?
Betty, you can have the whole catalog right now. Of course, I won't buy the ring until I get your father's consent. That's what worries me.
Oh, Mel, stop worrying. Father will surely give his consent. You think he dislikes you because he always says, Mel Blanc, I'll break every bone in your body.
Well, he doesn't say it because he's a chiropractor.
Oh, gosh, married. Mel, I get goose pimples every time I think about it. What about you?
Betty, remember how we first met?
Yes. You came over to my house to fix the antenna on the roof.
Yeah. The birds were singing, but I didn't hear them. The sun was shining, but I didn't see it.
You didn't?
No, don't you remember I fell off the roof and was unconscious for 2 hours? And remember how the next week we went for our first walk in the park?
And you carved our initials in the tree. What a kick I got out of it.
I got a kick out of it, too, from the park attendant.
You know something, Mel? I've always looked forward to the day when I'll be Mrs. Blank.
Gosh, Betty, you can't be Mrs. Blank. That's my mother's name. It belongs to her.
Well, I can still have it.
No, you can't. It's my dear old mother's.
Oh, stop being ridiculous, Mel Blanc.
I will not. And if you don't like it, you can... Gosh, Betty, the way we're acting, you'd think we were already married.
Oh, Mel, here comes Father. Now, be calm.
Yeah.
And remember, just tell him you want to marry me.
All right, Betty.
Hello, Betty. Hello, Mel.
Mr. Colby, I want to marry you. I mean...
Now, look here, you nincompoop. I was expecting this today. For 4 years, you've been asking me if you can marry Betty, and for 4 years, I've given you the horse laugh. Doesn't that prove something?
Yes, that you're a horse. I mean...
Father, I want to get married. After all, how long can I go on just being engaged?
Yeah, pretty soon people will be saying she's lovely, she's engaged, she's 65.
Look at my girlfriend, Kay Gibbs. Kay's been married 5 times already.
Poor girl. Always a bride and never a bridesmaid.
You see what I mean, Betty? Oh, I'm not going to waste my time here any longer. Betty, I don't mind your getting married, but not to this lazy, stupid, nonsensical, idiotic...
Gosh, she used to have a much bigger vocabulary than that. Oh, this is awful, Betty. It looks like I'll never get to be your husband. I won't be able to do the little things for you.
You won't be able to run errands for me?
I won't be able to wash dishes.
And you won't be able to buy things for me and spend money on me?
Yeah. What am I crying about? Maybe I'm better off single. Hey, wipe your eyes, Betty. Here comes Professor Potchnick, the piano teacher.
Hello, Betty. Hello, Mel. What's the matter? You're looking so terrible.
Well, Professor, Mr. Colby said I can't marry Betty.
Well, that's too bad, but remember, Mel, there are plenty of fish in the ocean.
Professor, I don't want to marry a fish. Gosh, I'm miserable.
I will never forget how miserable I was when my wife double-crossed me.
Well, how do you know she did that, Professor?
Well, Mel, you know in every house there are towels marked his and hers?
Yeah?
One day I came home and found one marked Joe. And then 2 weeks later, the same thing.
Another towel marked Joe?
No, Joe himself. But it didn't bother me. What she looked like shouldn't happen to a dog.
You mean a dog?
No, a dog. She had webbed feet. Now, maybe it's better you don't get married.
And don't say that, Professor. Betty and I love each other. She wants to be part of me, and I want to be part of her. We want to be part of each other.
It's going to be very confusing getting dressed in the morning. Betty, suppose you told your father you were going to get married and brought around all your fellows for your father to pick out tonight.
Well, what good would that do?
Oh, I got a great idea. We get 3 very stupid, ignorant fellows to make Mel look good by comparison.
Why, that's wonderful. And all we have to do is get 3 fellows more stupid than Mel. Or we could get...
Professor, you got any other ideas? Hey, wait a minute. We could get Zuki to be one of your boyfriends, Betty, and I myself could be the other 2 fellas.
Now, that's wonderful. And it wouldn't be hard for you to act stupid. I mean, you can disguise yourself. Oh, I'm going to run and tell Father.
Oh, okay, Betty, so long. Oh, Potchnick, that's a wonderful idea. How did you ever think of it?
I don't know, Mel. I just took one look at you, and it came to me like that.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth, giving them that pearly, polished feeling. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you could expect or ask of a dentifrice and does it beautifully. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, back to to Mel Blanc. Mel and Betty have hatched a plan whereby they hope to convince Mr. Colby that Mel is good enough to marry Betty. Mel and Zookie are going to pretend to be very stupid suitors, thereby hoping to make the real Mel look good by comparison. Mel's a little worried about the whole thing, but despite that, he's still able to concentrate on his problems in the fix-it shop. Right now, he's tackling the job of adjusting a prized gun which a worried customer has brought to him. Deftly, his expert hands probe the intricate mechanism.
Gosh, pretty soon I'll have to go up there and act stupid.
With nimble fingers, he dismantles and inspects the pieces.
I hope Zookie plays his part right.
Now, having checked the firing pin, cleared the barrel, and adjusted the sights, he carefully raises the gun to his shoulder and presses the trigger.
There you are, Sonny. Your pop gun's all fixed. No, you don't have to pay me. Keep the bubble gum. Well, if it isn't my lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo-boo-boo-ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. Say, didn't I see you in Murphy's Bar and Grill last night with a zombie?
Mel, I wasn't even out with my wife.
What's the matter, mighty potentate? You seem out of breath.
Well, I am, Mel. I'm all pooped out. You see, I've been shopping with my wife.
Well, what'd she buy?
Well, she bought one of those sealskin outfits. You know, sealskin coat, sealskin hat, sealskin bag.
How does she look?
I don't know, Mel. Every time she opens her mouth, I feel like throwing her a fish. What a woman.
Oh, you're prejudiced, mighty potentate. I saw Mrs. Cushing the other day, and she was very nice, smiling at everyone.
That's those new teeth she bought. They're 2 sizes too large.
I thought she already had one set.
Mel, my wife's mouth goes so much she has to have 2 sets. They work in 12-hour shifts. Awful. I can't even get any sleep.
No sleep?
That's right. All night long, out of sheer force of habit, they sit on the night table and talk to each other.
Oh, your wife doesn't talk a lot, does she?
Ha! Mel, you've heard of people who carry a conversation? Well, my wife will ship it anywhere you want. Yada, yada, yada. It's like being married to the Railway Express. Rain, sleet, or snow, nothing stops her.
Well, why don't you give her a hint? Get a set of those monkeys. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil.
Oh, Mel, we've got them. You know what happens when my wife starts to talk?
The monkeys all put their hands over their ears?
No, they all get up and go home. I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I got low in the doctor.
Gosh, it's getting late. I gotta go.
What's the matter, Mel?
What do you... Well, you see, Betty and I want to get married.
You want to get married? Mel, why ruin a beautiful friendship?
Well, that's the point, mighty potentate. Betty's father won't even let us get hitched.
Hitched? Mel, take my advice. Before marriage, it's hitched. After the marriage, it's hung.
Oh, that wouldn't happen to my marriage. Betty's as sweet as sugar.
All right, get married, then watch how sugar is rationed. Well, good luck up at the Colby house, Mel. I gotta be going now.
Well, where are you going?
Well, Mel, I can do one of 2 things. I can go to the movies and see It's a Wonderful Life, or I can go home and see the part they cut out of the picture. Oh, Mel,
Goodbye, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. Now to get to the Colby house. Gosh, this is going to be tough. Acting like 2 other stupid fellas in love with Betty. If I act too stupid, Mr. Colby's liable to get suspicious and think it's me. I wonder how Zookie is making out.
Well, Betty, it's 8:45. None of your suitors have arrived yet.
Oh, they will, Father. And tonight you'll have to select one of them. I'm tired of being single. Oh, I'll get that, Father.
Oh, hello, Betty. Hello, Mr. Daddy.
Snooky, you want to marry Betty?
Why not? She's a girl, and I'm a boy.
Well?
Give me a chance, I'll think of something.
But, Snooky, why do you want to marry Betty?
Well, because she's intelligent. She's a good cook. Well, she's very
Zuki, is that the only reason?
Oh, no. Betty and I have big plans. By the time we're married, 6 months, we want to have four.
Zuki!
Zuki! Can't we have even one dog? and then we're going to have children, too. Gee, Betty, just think. If your father lets us get married, in a couple of years we'll have a little boy. Gee, I can hear him calling us now. Imami. Papa!
Well, Zuki, before I let you marry Betty, what are your qualifications?
Oh, well, I've got a college degree, and I got a lot of money. I got a lot of stocks in the beat bunt. Well, that lets me out. Goodbye.
Well, Betty, that's quite a surprise to me, Zuki wanting to marry you.
Father, you may have a lot of surprises tonight.
Oh, it must be another young man. I'll get it.
Howdy, Bob. Think the frost will affect the potatoes in Idaho this year?
Say, what's that I smell?
You ever hear of bluegrass perfume?
Is that the bluegrass you're wearing?
Nope. This is the stuff that makes the bluegrass grow. Well, hi, Betty. Hey, to tell you, Paul, how much I love you.
Well, not yet, but I will.
What's your name?
My name's Tex.
Where are you from?
Mississippi.
And why do you call yourself Tex?
Better than being called Miss. Gosh, Betty, you sure look pretty tonight. Just like the cover girl on this month's Corn Cob Chronicle. Miss Golden Bantam of 19 and 47.
Well, thank you, Tex. Well, Father, can we get married?
Just a second, Tex. I have to find out more about you. What about your family?
Well, I'm mighty glad you asked. I happen to have this picture in my pocket. There's my ma and pa and the kids. Sam, Jake, Luke, Tom, Fred, Zeke, Rose.
Shall I make some tea?
Yes. Bill, Pete, Dick, John, Lulabella, Judy.
Cream or lemon?
Both. Will, Ike, Bruce, Lloyd, Sandy, Robert, not too sweet. Stuart, Shirley, Dottie, Stephen, Mitchell.
That all?
Nope, 2 lumps. Henry, Gerald, Al. And over here in the corner, their adopted son, Matt. 17 brothers and 15 sisters.
How come so many kids in the family?
Well, it seems the first 2 was boys, and ever since then, Ma and Pa have been trying to even out the score. Well, so long, Betty. Let me know if your Pa said yes, huh?
Well, Betty, to put it mildly, I'm a bit surprised at your choice.
Well, you see, Father, Mel isn't so bad.
Well, this must be another suitor. I'll open the door.
Does Betty Colby live here? Oh, hello, Betty.
Just a second. I'm not Betty.
Oh, you're my glad. Mr. Colby, before I accept your daughter in marriage, I want to know just what you have to offer.
What I have to offer?
Hold on, now, that was my question. After all, you're not talking to a moron, you know. There's only one like me in the entire country. Harvard will verify that.
Betty, do you want to marry this person?
Yes, if you'll have me.
Young man, what do you do for a living?
Oh, people are always offering me jobs. Yesterday I got a job emptying garbage pails, but I had to quit.
Why?
Well, in 2 hours, my pockets were filled to the brim. Well, last week I worked at a carnival. I got paid double.
What did you do?
But they was using my head to dodge baseballs.
Well, why should they pay you double?
They used the other side for a dart game.
Now, just a second. Your stupidity seemed a little familiar.
I gotta go now. So long, Betty.
Betty, I'm completely flabbergasted by your taste in men. Frankly, I don't know who to choose for you to marry now.
Hello, Betty. Hello, Mr. Colby, sir. Nice to see you, sir. You're looking fine, sir. Have a cigar, sir.
Ah, Mel, my boy. Earlier today, you asked me whether you could marry Betty. Well, I'm happy to say.
Mr. Colby, not really.
Yes, son. Betty, you can get married. Any one of the other three.
Now, don't be so downhearted. I still love you.
Thanks, Betty. Someday I'll make your father give us consent.
Anyway, Mel, we've had 4 lovely years together.
That's right, Betty. We've had 4. Now, would you care to try for 8?
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can ask of a dentifrice. It makes an amazing foam, lively, fast-working, penetrating. As soon as this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder gets foaming in your mouth, things happen. It cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. In 7 cases out of 10, it's actually been proved that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, Colgate tooth powder gives thrilling results. For it cleans your teeth so beautifully that it brings out their full, natural brilliance. That's why Colgate tooth powder is called the all-purpose dentifrice. So for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet, try Colgate tooth powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
There is a worldwide shortage of fats and oils, so won't you please save every drop of fat that you can. Put it in a tin and turn it in. Your butcher will gladly pay you a high price for it. Remember, Mel Blanc at the same time every Tuesday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
of America presents The Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guest, New York's favorite disc jockey, Jack Eigan, Minerva Fires, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar bringing you some big news from your friendly Ford dealer. Next Thursday, June 10th, The world premiere of the 49 Ford, the first big motor car showing in 8 years, will be held at the Waldorf Astoria in New York City. 8 days later, on June 18th, a week from next Friday, your Ford dealer will display the new 49 Ford in his showroom. So mark these important dates on your calendar. Next Thursday, June 10th, world premiere of the 49 Ford at the Waldorf in New York. On Friday, June 18th, nationwide premiere of the 49 Ford at 6,400 Ford dealers. Starting on these dates, America will see the car of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time each year, most of the leading comedians leave radio for their annual summer vacation. One hardy Punchinello still carries on, however, and here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Kenny, you're right about most of the comedians starting on their summer vacation.
Yeah, Red Skelton finished this week.
Right.
Right. McGee and Molly.
Yeah.
Bill Harris, Amos and Andy.
I know.
Jack Benny is still on, isn't he?
Oh, yes. Up until this year, you know, Benny had to finish before the weather got too hot.
Oh, and Jack can stay on in hot weather now?
Since Airwick has been invented.
Well, I read that Edgar Bergen is going to spend his vacation in Sweden and Norway.
Yes, sure. That's right, Kenny. Edgar is taking his fjord back home for service.
What is a fjord?
Kenny, did I hear you correctly? That question coming from the announcer on this program can lead to sudden unemployment, Kenny. Before you get fired, though, what is new?
Well, I heard you on We the People last week.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Nature Boy was on the program with you.
Yes, Kenny. I had a long talk with Nature Boy through an interpreter. You know, Nature Boy is only going to stay in the swamps one more year.
In the swamp?
If he doesn't find Chloe by then, he's giving the whole thing up.
Well, didn't New York confuse Nature Boy?
Yes, he confessed to me behind a video executive there. He told me that that New York did confuse him. The first time Nature Boy saw the Holland Tunnel, he fainted. He thought it was a big gopher hole. And gopher reminds me, I think I'll go for the writer who wrote that joke. On my way to Allen's Alley. I think I'll go.
Well, what is your question tonight?
Well, this week, the Federal Reserve Board announced that credit buying is at a record high, and most families in America will overspend their incomes for 1948. And so our question is, are you spending more than you are making this year?
Shall we go?
As the big toe said when the man stepped on the lawnmower, I am off. What a night in Allen's Alley, Kenny. There must be a benefit in the sky. All the stars are out. Well, let's see if Senator Claghorn is around.
Somebody fogged my flap.
Yeah.
As the tax collector says, let me have it, Tom.
Well, look,
Get going. I'm busier than a man with a stiff neck trying to watch a tennis match.
Now, wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm leaving for college tomorrow. I'm getting an honorary degree.
A degree?
I'm flattered, son. I never had no education. I'm a self-made man.
A self-made man?
I'm demonstrating the horrors of unskilled labor.
Well, tell me, Senator, what do you want in college?
I'm polishing up my Spanish, son.
Spanish?
Yeah, Henry Wallace is down in New Mexico speaking Spanish. I gotta head him off.
But,
Si, amigos.
What was that?
Si, amigos. I speak Spanish like a castanet.
I could tell that.
Las Antiguas Senora Popona Ella Polillo Pogo en Mezcla Patata.
Now, wait a minute. What is that translated?
The old lady is sticking a pogo stick in the mashed potatoes.
Well, isn't that an unusual sentence?
Not in Spain. You can't trust an old lady in Spain, son. The minute your back is turned, she'll pull an enchilada on you.
Oh. Well, look, Senator, our question tonight is about families overspending this year.
The Democrats started that trend, son. Democrats is in favor of spending.
Spending what?
The next 4 years in the White House. So long, son. So long, Eddie.
Well, the senator sure gets some inside information. But let's see what Mr. Moody thinks about it.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, Mr. Moody, how do you feel about this overspending?
Why, the trouble is, people are buying too many things on the installment plan.
What causes that?
It's them smooth-talking sales fellas.
Yeah?
They're slick as slush.
Slick as slush, eh? You've had an experience?
I'm still laughing.
Laughing? What happened?
Well, sir, one day I was sitting in the kitchen catching some flies from a pet spider.
Catching flies?
Yeah, my spider's got a stomach disorder.
Oh, I see.
He can't spin a web.
Uh-huh.
He grunts and spins, but nothing comes out. And without a web, the spider can't catch nothing.
Oh, and you?
I catch flies and mosquitoes to feed my spider.
Well, it's very nice of you.
Well, this day I was cupping my hand and catching flies. I heard somebody knocking.
Knocking, hey?
I went to the door.
Yeah?
It's a feller in a checkered suit. He's a fast-talking Weisenheimer.
A Weisenheimer, huh?
Yeah. He says, Rube, can you write? I says, yes.
Yeah?
Easy words.
Yeah.
He says, sign here on the dotted line.
Well, sign for what?
He says, for knocking down and 400 easy monthly payments, you are now the sole owner of a little dandy electric toaster, electric refrigerator, electric iron, and electric stove.
You bought all of these things?
Yeah. As I'm signing, I'm laughing to myself.
You're laughing, eh?
For the last 10 years, every month when I'm paying the $84 installment, as I'm handing him the money, I laugh right in his face.
Your house is full of electrical gadgets, isn't it?
Yep.
Then why are you laughing?
Because my house ain't wired for electricity. So long, Mom.
Titus sure has them. Well, let's try this next door.
Howdy, Chappie.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum. Is that a new book you're reading?
This is to Moby Dick, a sequel.
Oh, Moby Dick? Moby Dick, that story about the whale?
This they are calling Moby Max.
Moby Max?
For 3 weeks is living inside the sturgeon, a man.
A man inside a sturgeon?
To me, it's silly.
Well, how do you mean?
If inside the sturgeon is trapped a man, he could eating himself out from inside the sturgeon.
From inside?
Eating from inside out the sturgeon is delicious.
Well, I've never tried it that way. Well, Mrs. Nussbaum, what about this overspending business?
I'm calling to mind an old saying.
Yes?
The leg is not knowing what the pocket is thinking.
That is an old saying. Why, but that doesn't make sense.
Overspending also is not making sense.
Oh.
I'm bringing it in cleverly so you will catch the point.
I see. Well, never mind the cleverness right now. Tell me, what about people spending more than their income?
A neighbor, Taboo Rappaport, is constantly overspending.
How do you know?
Although she is not working, always Taboo is buying fur coats, jewelry, also nicks with necks.
Well, if Taboo Rappaport doesn't work, how does she afford to keep buying things?
From Europe, a sister is sending cash.
Well, where does a sister in Europe get the money?
From a plan.
The Morris plan?
The Marshall plan.
Oh, Well, here we are at the driveway of Mr. Cassidy's estate. I wonder if Ajax is in. Well, Mr. Cassidy, what about people overspending?
Happy boy, when I hear the word overspending, it calls to mind the sad plight of Rinty Monahan.
What happened to Rinty?
Well, you recall that Black Friday when Mayor Dwyer announced on July 1st he was raising the subway fare to 10 cents?
I do.
On that day, Rinty found himself stuck with 10,000 nickel slugs.
So?
Rinty invited me out for an evening of revelry while he disposed of his outmoded illegal tender.
And, you accepted?
Oh, as soon as Rinty loaded the slugs into 2 duffel bags, we was off for Coney Island.
Rinty was spending his slugs, eh?
The sky was the limit. Going into the subway, we went through 4 turnstiles, 1 for each leg.
I see.
And when we got to Coney Island, the fun began.
The fun, eh?
Rinty found a nearsighted lemonade man.
The lemonade man? The lemonade man took the slugs?
Isn't nearsighted yourself, aren't you? No. The lemonade man not only took the slugs, me boy, he was giving us change.
Giving you change? Fine.
Then with the slugs, we started taking free rides.
Oh, fine.
On the Flying Adam. We went on the Flying Adam.
The Flying Adam? What is the Flying Adam?
Well, you step into a capsule,
Yeah?
they throw in a little uranium, and whoop, get off.
Say, that's some ride.
About 3 o'clock in the morning, I says, Rinty, I think me spine is gone.
Yeah.
I just sat down up to me shoulder blade.
Yes?
Rinty says, Cassidy, we'll have one last free ride.
Uh-huh.
With that, a man in a blue ensemble stepped out of the tunnel of love. Says he, gentlemen, you'll have your last free ride with me.
And your last free ride?
It was in the patrol.
Well, tell me, where is Rinty?
Oh, he's still in the hoosegow.
Still in?
Rinty forgot himself.
How?
When the judge sentenced him,
Yes?
Rinty tried to pay his fine with slugs.
Maestro Goodman signals us to stop this levity. He's ready to conduct. The 5 DeMarco sisters curtsy. The maestro raises his plastic baton. The song, I May Be Wrong. Girls?
I may be wrong, but I think you're wonderful. I may be wrong, but I think you're swell. I like your style and I like your smile and I think it's marvelous, but I'm always wrong, so how can I ever tell? All of my clothes are unsightly, all of my hats are aside. If they knew what they cried, it's the very first time you came along, I think you're wonderful. I think you're grand, but I may be wrong. Oh, if I've ever been right, I'm hoping it's this time. You came along, I think you're wonderful. I think you're grand, but I've been known to be so wrong.
Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait, Kenny, wait a minute. Kenny, what is this? We're not supposed to have music now.
Oh, Al Goodman's helping me out with a problem.
Yeah, what problem?
The 49 Ford will be here soon, and it's so wonderful, Fred. I can't find words to describe it, so I asked Al to try and describe it with music.
Well, how can you describe the new Ford with music?
Show him, Al.
What did that describe?
Well, that gives you an idea of the new Ford's beauty and its long, low line.
Say, that was swell, Kenny.
Now, listen to this next part.
What was that?
That was silky and smooth, like the new Ford's midship ride. You travel in the center of the car where they're going, it's smoother.
Say, this music's a great idea.
Now we show the power of Ford's 2 great new economy engines, 95 horsepower 6 and 100 horsepower V8. Okay, Al?
Great, Kenny. The music of the year for the car of the year. Is that the finish?
No, we still haven't covered the new Ford's roominess, and there's picture window visibility, magic action brakes, hydrocoil front springs, and Paraflex rear springs.
Now, wait a minute. Hold it, Kenny. Now you're overdoing it. You can't describe all of these features with music.
You're right, Fred. Music can't describe the new 49 Ford any better than words. So, folks, you'd better make a date now to see the car of the year at your Ford dealers starting June 18th.
That was the end of Maestro Goodman's Ford Sonata, played by the maestro and 25 men who, unlike the new 1490 Fords, are not going places. And now, ladies and say, Kenny.
Yes, Fred.
Could you run out and get me a stamp, please? I have to write my weekly letter to Portland.
Okay, Fred.
Now, let me see. June 6th, capital 6. Dear Portland, a funny thing happened this week. Letters have been pouring in for months, all asking the same question. Who is Jack Eigan? Well, I couldn't very well answer every letter, so I thought the best thing to do would be to ask Jack Eigan to be a guest on our program. Jack is a disc jockey at the Copacabana nightclub, so last Thursday after midnight, I went over to the Copa. The Eigan program was just going on the air. As I came in, I heard Jack say, "Meet me at the Copa." Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's midnight here in New York, and this is your Broadway and Hollywood reporter, Jack Eigan. This is a big night at the Copacabana. The lounge is packed with celebrities. Sitting over there is Ma Perkins with Nick Kenny. And at the next table, Georgie Jessel is giving a big party with a magnum of celery tonic and 4 straws. What a night. I'm at the Copa. Where are you? Say, here's a celebrity sneaking by the check room with his hat on. Why, it's Fred Allen. I'm going to ask Fred to say a few words. Right this way, Fred. Thank you, Jack. Say, Jack, what's new? Well, I was just going to play a record, Fred. I had a request for Cohen on the telephone. Who requested Cohen on the telephone? Cohen. Jack, before you play any records, you're always interviewing guests on your program. Say, how about changing it around tonight? Let me interview you. Okay, Fred, go ahead. Well, Jack, you're not the only guy sitting up all night playing phonograph records and chewing the fat. Please, Fred, not fat. At the Copa, I chew the caviar. Oh, at the Copa. Well, I mean, you're not the only disc jockey here in New York. No, there's the Midnight Milkman. Yes. And Delancey Street Dave. Delancey Street Dave? Yes, he has a phonograph on a pushcart. Oh, on a pushcart. I've heard him. His theme song is Wagon Wheel. And down in Chinatown, there's a disc jockey, Fred. His name is Hot Wax Wong. He broadcasts from a chop suey restaurant. A chop suey restaurant? Yes, and it's very hard to hear his records. Why? Well, instead of a needle, he uses a noodle. Oh, I see that. He does it the hard way, I see. Say, I know a disc jockey at Cousin Ben's Diner over in Nutley, New Jersey. He broadcasts from a lunch wagon. Well, one morning about 5 o'clock, the disc jockey was a little groggy, and instead of a record, he put on a buckwheat cake. Well, he was off the air for 2 hours until he scraped the batter off his needle. But, Jack, working all night, you must lead a very irregular life. Yes, Fred, I live just the opposite from most people. Well, what is your average day like? Well, every day I get up at the crack of dusk. The crack of dusk, eh? Yes, and after I eat breakfast, if it's a nice day, I go to a night baseball game. I see. And after the game, it's almost midnight. Well, I'm ready for lunch. Where do you eat? At the automat. Well, at midnight, isn't the automat closed? I have my own key, Fred. Oh, they give you... Very nice of you. Yes, they leave me some food in a special compartment. Well, how do you find one of those little compartments in the dark? They keep a light burning in the window just for me. Oh. And when you finish your midnight lunch, I blow out the light and come here to the Copa. Well, Jack, sitting here playing records all night, you must have a lot of time on your hands. Yes, Fred, but I don't mind. It gives me a chance to do some thinking. Really? What do you think about? Well, mostly about radio and all the things that are wrong with radio. Really? What things? Well, take some of those dopey contestants on quiz programs. Dopey contestants? Yeah, how can the quiz masters be so considerate of morons? You mean one of those quiz shows that starts something like this? Take it or we'll sue. The quiz program that makes every contestant a capitalist. And here is your quizmaster, Ready Money Ralph.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here's our first contestant. What is your name, please, sir? Never mind. Here it is on your card. Your name is Gabriel Gunselfinger.
That's me.
I know it's you. I just told you.
What did I win?
$50. Now you want to try for $100? Good. Here's your next question. Now, who was the first president of the United States? His first name was George. There is a bridge named after him.
George Bridge.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Gunselfinger. I think you'll find the first president was not George Bridge.
No.
He was George Washington.
Oh.
But you were certainly close. You made a grand try. Here's $500. Or we'll sue.
Is that what you mean, Jack?
Yes, the guy's a jerk. He doesn't even know his own name. They treat him as though he's Einstein.
I know.
Fred, just once, I'd like to hear a quizmaster tell one of those dopes off.
What you would like to hear, in other words, is something like this.
Money Stick, the exciting new quiz program. Every contestant's head is covered with glue.
The lucky winner puts his head into a bag of money, and all of the money that sticks to the contestant's head is his. For Money Sticks. And here's our quiz master, Art Finkletter. Well, sir, we're ready to play Money Sticks. Our first contestant is here with his head covered with glue. What is your name, sir? You don't know your own name, do you? Still, you have the audacity to come up here on the stage and try to answer questions. Radio is full of you crumbs, cluttering up quiz programs, wasting everybody's time. Do you know what you ought to do?
Give me a hint.
I'll give you a hint.
What should I do?
Drop dead!
Is that what you mean, Jack?
Oh, that was a pleasure, Fred.
Yeah.
All those morons should be told off.
Well, what else bothers you in radio?
Those soap commercials where people whisper about you if you don't use a certain soap.
Oh, that whispering. You mean one of those soap commercials that start?
Folks, have you tried Aroma? The new all-purpose scientific soap? Aroma has the lava with the locked-in perfume. Do your friends say, wow, when you come into the room? You may have elbotosis, the medical name for potent elbows. Try a cake of Aroma in your bath. You will be as fragrant as a tiger lily. Do what John Brown did. John Brown was a secretary to a big businessman. John Brown had you know what? His desk was not inside the office. John Brown sat outside in the hall. When the boss wanted to dictate a letter, he opened the door.
Come in, Brown. Yes, sir.
Wow! Brown, don't come near me. I want to dictate a letter. Get in that closet. Yes. John Brown had to take dictation hidden in a closet. He had elbotosis, the medical name for potent elbows. Even his best friends wouldn't tell him. One day, an enemy told John Brown about Aroma soap. That night, he tried it. The next morning, when the boss wanted to dictate a letter, he opened the office door. Come in, Brown.
Yes, sir.
Dad, what is that fragrant tiger lily odor?
It is I, sir.
You smell lovely, Brown.
Yes, sir. Shall I get in the closet, sir?
No, Brown. Come sit on my lap. Yes, today John Brown takes dictation sitting on his boss's lap. Someday he will be a vice president. Do you want to sit on the boss's lap? Do you want to smell like a tiger lily? Try a cake of Aroma tonight.
Is that what gets on your nerves, Jack?
Yes, the guy takes one bath and he's a member of the firm already. Why doesn't somebody invent a soap that will just leave you alone?
You'd like to hear something? You'd like to hear a soap commercial something like this.
Friends, have you tried Lumpo, the new won't-do-nothing soap? Lumpo won't lather, Lumpo won't clean. But if you get lonesome bathing, Lumpo is good company in the tub. If you want to keep those dishpan hands you've got, if you want to keep that rough, scaly complexion, if you want to take a bath and be the same getting out of the tub as you were getting in, try a lump of Lumpo. Lumpo leaves you alone, spelled A-L-O-N-E.
Well, how is that?
Great.
Well, what else in radio gets on your nerves?
Those daytime serials, Fred.
Jack, you with your schedule, you heard a daytime serial?
Well, I woke up in the middle of the night after I heard it. I was so worried about the family, I couldn't go back to sleep.
What you heard, I gather, was something like this.
Presenting Life Can Be Lived. Another chapter in the life of John Doe and his typical family, living in the typical Quonset hut halfway up the next block. Yesterday we left the whole family with their noses pressed against the parlor window, crying as Granny Doe's funeral started off. As the scene opens today, John Doe enters the room.
Mary.
John, you've come.
Yes, Mary. Something is wrong.
It's Grandpa. He needs another operation.
Another operation? Grandpa just came back from the hospital this morning.
I know. He fell through the bottom of the ambulance. There was a loose plank.
Another operation. Mary, we have no money.
But if Grandpa isn't operated upon immediately, his sight will keep failing.
Turn on the light. Poor Grandpa.
John, have you seen Junior?
No, I haven't.
I hope he hasn't been run over again. Wheel me to the window, John.
Mary, you are in a wheelchair.
Oh, John, I hope you wouldn't notice.
Here comes Junior.
Who am I? Who am I?
Mary, Junior has galloping amnesia.
Who am I, Hay? The landlord. The landlord must have hit him on the head again.
That means the rent is due.
Oh, John, what are we going to do? The rent, Grandpa's eyes, my legs, Junior's head.
We haven't any money, Mary. There's only one thing we can do.
What can we do, John?
We can all cry, Mary.
And with John Doe and his family crying as though their house would break, we end another chapter of Life Can Be Lived.
Is that what you heard, Jack?
Yes, Fred, and it made me sore.
Sore?
John Doe sounds like an intelligent guy. What does he put up with all that stuff for?
You mean you'd rather hear a serial that sounded like this? Mary.
John, you've come.
You're always calling me at the filling station. What's wrong now?
It's Grandpa. His eyes are failing.
Turn on the light. Get up, you old schmo.
John, here comes Junior. Who am I? Who am I?
What's wrong with him?
Junior doesn't know who he is.
That's the last straw, Mary. Trouble, trouble, trouble. 15 minutes every day, 5 days a week. Trouble. I've had enough.
John, put down that gun.
Get back in that wheelchair, Mary.
Who am I?
You too.
Oh.
Turn on the light. Okay, Grandpa.
Never mind.
One more bullet. One more bullet. Here goes.
Folks, you have just heard the final episode in Life Can Be Death. Tune in tomorrow when we will bring you a whole new family.
Well, Jack, have you any more complaints about radio?
No, Fred, I guess that takes care of everything.
Well, thanks a lot for this visit at the Copa with you tonight.
Say, we've been talking a long time. I'd better put a record on.
Yeah, what record have you got there?
This is Al Goodman playing Doing What Comes Natural.
Oh, swell. Thanks, Jack Eigan, for joining us tonight. Next week, our guests will be Miss Shirley Booth and the Moylan sisters. And the following Friday, June 18th, is the day of the year at your Ford dealers. Starting June 18th at your Ford dealers showrooms, you're all invited to see the brand new 49 Ford. A Ford that's new from the ground up. Thank you, and good night. Good night. Thank you.
This program came to you from New York. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.